Testing microphone 1, microphone 2, microphone 3, PZM microphone, and my microphone. Today is Wednesday, March 30th, 2016. The time is approximately 10:04 a.m. Your court reporter is Kevin Daniel, and I'm your videographer, Johnny Randall. We are here on behalf of Oasis Reporting Services. The witness today is Anthony Michael Mitchell, and we are here in the case of Anthony Michael Mitchell et al. Versus the City of Henderson, Nevada et al. Will counsel please state your appearances, and the court reporter will administer the oath.
Frank Hofer for plaintiffs. Also present are the deponent Anthony Mitchell and the plaintiff Michael Mitchell.
Joe Worth for plaintiffs.
Tammy Peterson representing the City of Henderson and certain officers. And with me is Brandon Kimball, Deputy City Attorney.
Greg Bean representing the City of North Las Vegas, as well as certain officers, personnel, and employees of the same.
Sir, would you raise your right hand, please? You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Mitchell, could you state your name, please, and spell it for the record? I'll let you fix your microphone there. Okay. Let's try that again. So will you state your name, please, and spell it for the record?
My name is Anthony Mitchell. Do you want my middle name?
Sure.
Anthony Michael Mitchell, A-N-T-H-O-N-Y, M-I-C-H-A-E-L, M-I-T-C-H-E-L-L.
Okay. And Mr. Mitchell, do you go by Tony or Anthony?
It depends on who's talking to me.
Okay. We met 2 days ago at your father's deposition. My name's Tammy Peterson. I represent the City of Henderson and certain officers in a lawsuit that was filed by you. Have you ever had your deposition taken before?
No.
Okay. But you have now sat through 2 depositions. So you've heard me say this spiel, but I'll say it to you as well. The oath that you just had administered to you by the court reporter is the same oath that you would have in a court of law. So it carries with it the same solemnities and legal obligations to tell the truth. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
As we go through this proceeding, all of my questions and all of your answers, any objections or comments by counsel, are taken down by the court reporter, and they're going to be typed up into a little booklet. For that reason, because we're going to have a written record of this deposition, I'm going to ask you to avoid the use of or or nodding or shaking of the head, because while you and I can understand that conversationally, he can't take that down into a transcript. So instead of saying or shaking your head, if you could say yes or no, that would be very helpful. Do you understand that?
Yes.
By the same token, so that we're not talking over each other, I'm going to I'd ask you to let me finish asking my question before you answer it, and then I will in turn strive to let you finish answering my question before I ask you another. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. If at any time you don't understand a question I'm asking, or maybe I'm using a term definitionally, you're not sure what I mean, it's okay to ask me to rephrase it, and I will do so. If you do answer it, I'm going to assume that you understood my question. You're giving me your best possible answer. Do you understand that?
Yes.
At the end of all this, you do have the right to review the written transcript, and you can make changes to your answers. But while you have that right, you need to know that if you do change any of your answers to the questions given today, that me or any of the other lawyers in this case could comment on the fact that you changed your testimony. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. With all that in mind, are you able to give me your best testimony today?
Yes.
When were you first notified of this deposition?
Approximately 2 to 3 weeks ago.
Okay. And what did you do to prepare for today's deposition?
Within the last 2 to 3 weeks, I've read the North Las Vegas interrogatories, the Henderson interrogatories. I looked at a couple photos, and it may have been more than 3 weeks ago that I read the complaint.
Okay. Any other documents that you can think of that you reviewed?
No.
And just to clarify, you said the North Las Vegas interrogatories. Do you mean your responses to the North Las Vegas interrogatories?
I believe so.
Did you read your father's or your mother's as well?
No.
Okay. And you said the Henderson interrogatories. Did you mean your responses to the interrogatories sent by the city of Henderson?
I believe so.
Okay. And was that your responses and not your parents', or did you read theirs as well?
No, I read mine.
Okay. And you said photos. Do you recall what photos you reviewed?
By Bates number? I don't know.
Were they photos that you took or photos that were produced by the city of Henderson or the city of North Las Vegas?
They would be photos that I could identify them if I saw them. They would be photos that either myself or my father or the neighbor took because they would be on our case.
Okay. Okay. And you said you read the complaint. Do you mean the amended complaint that's on file in this case or the original complaint? Do you recall?
I believe it was the second amended complaint.
Okay. And other than those documents that we just identified, did you review any other documents to prepare for today's deposition?
No.
Did you speak to anyone to prepare for today's deposition?
I spoke to my attorney,
Okay. And which attorney did you speak to?
Frank Kofer.
And when did you speak to Mr. Kofer?
Last night and just before the deposition today.
Okay. And last night, did you meet with Mr. Kofer at his office?
No, we spoke for a brief period before leaving
Okay.
in the garage.
Was anyone else present with you when you spoke to Mr. Kofer?
No.
And have you spoken to anyone other than your attorney to prepare for your deposition today?
No.
Did you speak to your mother at all, either before or after her deposition, in order to talk about your deposition today?
No.
Did you speak with your father at all about his deposition before he was deposed?
No.
Did you speak with him at all to prepare for your deposition?
No.
Do you know Philip White?
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak with Philip at all to prepare for your deposition?
I haven't spoken to Philip in approximately 4.5 years.
Did he ever try to contact you before he was deposed in this case?
No.
Suzette White, do you know who that is?
Yes.
And have you spoken with her in the last couple of months?
I haven't talked to Suzette in a longer time period than I haven't talked to Philip.
Okay. Did you review any YouTube videos to prepare for a deposition?
Not since I was noticed of the deposition.
Had you reviewed YouTube videos about taking the deposition before that?
I don't know if they were instructional. It was more what not to do. It was celebrity depositions.
Okay. Are you currently on any medication?
Yes.
And what is that medication?
Topamax is the brand name, but I have the off-brand topiramate or topiramate.
And is that an anti-seizure medication?
Yes.
It's my understanding that you first began having seizures about age 14. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if it was 14 or 15, but it was around that time.
Okay. How often do you take Topamax or the off-brand version?
Twice a day.
Is it timed? In other words, do you have to take it at a certain time every day?
Approximately 12 hours apart.
Do you have to take it with food or anything like that?
I don't know what the label recommends, but I usually take it with food.
Is it just like a pill or is it a liquid?
It's a pill.
Okay. Do you have a normal time of day that you usually take it?
Immediately after I wake up, or shortly after if something's going on, and then immediately before bed.
Okay. And have you had to take Topamax or the generic brand for some time, for many years, correct?
Approximately since I was 15.
Okay. And how old are you now?
29 next month.
Okay. When's your birthday?
April 29th, 1987.
Okay. Was there ever a time when you stopped taking Topamax for a period of about 2 or 3 weeks?
There was a period that yes.
Okay, and what was the reason for stopping the Topamax at that time?
This was about 10 years ago. I was maybe 18 or 19, and I wanted to join the military, but they told me that they couldn't do a medical waiver for seizures. Almost anything else they could, but not seizure disorder. And then the recruiter told me stories of if you stop taking your medication and then you're let through the MEPS, I'm not sure what that stands for, the processing center. Once you're in boot camp, if you have a seizure then, they'll just put you back on the medicine and not discharge you. So the recruiter suggested to me that it was in my best interest to join if I stopped taking my medication.
To try to get it out of your system to pass whatever clearance test or something? Or?
Well, I don't think there was a blood test to determine if
Okay.
Topamax was in my system, but it was so that I wouldn't be lying to them when they asked if I
Gotcha.
was on any medication, and you can't really hide it in military lockers.
Right. Right. So was it about 2 or 3 weeks then that you went off the Topamax?
I'm not sure how long it was. It could have been.
Did you end up having a seizure after that?
Yeah, shortly after I stopped taking medication.
Do you know what that period of time was as you sit here today before that occurred?
It might have been a number of months.
Okay. I assume then you weren't able to get into the military?
No. Well, I didn't go back to the recruiter after that.
Does the Topamax that you are taking affect anything about speaking or any mental abilities or anything like that?
I think it slows my thought processes down.
Okay. Is there anything about doing this deposition today that would be difficult for you with taking the Topamax?
My alternative would be not taking the Topamax, and
So that's not an alternative.
so no.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand if there's anything I can do to make this easier for you if it becomes difficult. That's all I was trying to figure out.
I would say if we don't speed up the pace, it would help.
Okay. Okay. If we go too fast, then please stop me. We can always take a break. This isn't any kind of endurance test. I'm not trying to to make it hard for you. So please just let me know as we go through if you need a break or if we need to slow it down.
Okay.
Mr. Mitchell, how far did you go in school?
High school.
And when did you graduate?
2005.
And did you have any college training or anything like that?
No college training. I took maybe, I'm not sure if they were through the college. I believe a bail agent course was through Community College of Southern Nevada, but I don't think any other post-high school training was through the college.
It was bail enforcement training, I think, is what you called it in your responses to the interrogatories?
Well, there was a bail agent course, and then there was a bail enforcement agent course.
Okay.
But collectively, they're all for the same purpose.
And did you do that right after high school?
No.
Approximately when did you do the bail agent and the bail enforcement course?
I'd say approximately when I was 22.
How
Yeah,
long
yeah.
a course? I'm sorry.
You have to be 21 to do it. So.
Okay. How long a course were they both?
The bail agent course was 1 day, 6 to 8 hours. The bail enforcement agent course, I think, was 10 days, 8 hours a day.
And did you receive some sort of certification from either the bail agent or bail enforcement course?
Both.
All right.
Well, I don't know if it's certification. They issued me a certificate at the end that the college name was on the bail agent one, and I'm not sure what was on the bail enforcement agent.
Okay. Did you ever work as a bail enforcement agent?
Yes.
And when was that?
Between the ages of 22 and 23, if I'm accurate about 22 being the time that I got my license, it was about a year.
Okay. Bail enforcement, what kind of duties does that entail?
Well, when people bond out of jail but then don't show up to court or necessary meetings, the court revokes their bond, and then a bail agency is responsible for the bond, or unless they bring the person back to jail. So when people bond out, it's sort of like an extension of jail, because they're still under rules and regulations, and they could be sent back to jail for a number of reasons. So our job was to, and I was working under an ex-Henderson police officer who, I think he worked there 8 or 9 years, and I was working mostly for free, and occasionally I would get like $100 after 4 or 5 days of showing up. And at one point he gave me a Henderson issue ballistic vest, which was the one involved in this case.
Okay.
So we would revoke bond if requested, or tow cars that were assets attached to the bond,
Okay.
so that the bail agent wasn't out the money.
Is the glamorous name for this job like bounty hunter or something like that?
That's I think that's what the unlicensed people call themselves,
Oh, okay.
but there is a show about that.
Okay. Who was the Henderson police officer that you worked under, the former officer?
Adam Brooks.
All right. And after working as a bail enforcement agent, what did you do then?
At some point, I stopped doing bail enforcement, and there was a period where I joined the police academy while I had a revenue share with my brother on an app that he developed.
Okay.
So that helped cover expenses while I was in the academy.
Okay. When did you attend the police academy?
Approximately age 22, I think.
And which police academy was it that you attended?
The Nye County Sheriff's Academy.
Okay. Did you complete the academy?
No.
Why not?
They didn't give me a specific reason, but what they told me was, well, they didn't tell me really. I just assume that it could have been one of a couple things. One was when they were teaching us marching movements, they taught that at ease and at rest were the same thing. When I corrected the squad sergeant, he suggested that I go a rank above him. And when I went above him, they kept telling me to go a rank above until I was talking to the chief of Nye County Police. And then he said he would straighten it out and reteach the class. And then he came into class and retaught us what each movement was the next day. And And then we went back out and marched, and they continued to do at-ease and at-rest the exact same way. But I was the only one not doing it the same. I was doing it the way we were properly taught and the way the manual said to do it. Sorry, I'm just thinking about everything going on right now. There's somebody typing every word that I say. So there was that, and then they punished me for not doing what the rest of the class was doing, for not following along as they, and they punished me by making me carry a rock. They said, "Do you want to stand out? Here, now you stand out." And then they told me I had to keep my rock clean, and it was a good sized rock, maybe 5 to 7 pounds. And that weekend I brought my rock home and I scrubbed it and I sprayed it with clear coat enamel, and I put a chrome drawer handle on the top so it was easier to carry, and then maybe chrome knobs, I'm not sure what you call them, on the bottom, so it was sort of like a tripod with a handle. And I brought it back, and on Monday they took it away from me and gave it to the chief, and then told me that I shouldn't come back.
Okay. And is that then when you ended that training?
Yeah, that was approximately 3 months into a 6-month academy, and I was second in the class.
Okay. There wasn't anything physical, though. You didn't have any physical limitations that prohibited you from completing that academy then?
No, I would say I was mid-range as far as physical in the overall course, but I had an overall 97 academically.
Okay. Okay. Did you ever try to go through any other law enforcement training at other jurisdictions?
I had applied to various law enforcement, but I didn't undergo any other training.
Okay. And you also mentioned that to help you kind of cover the cost for the Nye County Sheriff's Academy, you had a revenue share with your brother on an app that he'd created. Which brother's that? That's
Brian Mitchell.
Brian, okay. All right, and after you left the police academy, then what did you do then in terms of employment?
At that time, I started doing construction with my father. I'd previously done it, construction with him, but so I would say I resumed.
Have you ever been licensed as a contractor or any of those fields?
No, I was a laborer.
Okay. Part of any of the unions?
No.
Okay. I saw in some of the documents that you had produced, like a certificate from the Reed Technique of Interviewing and Interrogating course. What was that?
I think that was before that. Yeah, that was before the academy, because I was trying to get certifications to sort of build up my resume.
Okay.
But that was. I don't think it's an effective interrogating technique. It's when you ask people questions and demand that they're lying to you until they finally are coerced into giving up a confession.
Okay. Did you try it, or how did you come to the conclusion it wasn't effective?
Just in being taught it, I concluded that it wasn't effective, but I took it because police detectives are required to take it.
I see. Okay. Okay. I saw another certificate in there, some kinesics course about reading body language.
I'm not sure which. Is that the exact title of it? I'd be able to tell you.
Let me pull it out.
Looks like it's page 3 of these interrogatories, counsel.
Well, I got the actual certificate, so why don't I have that marked? We'll have this marked as Exhibit A.
Mr. Mitchell, anything Everything with a red stamp stays with me at the end of the day.
Mr. Mitchell, showing you what's been marked as Exhibit A to this deposition. It's a certificate that says, a certificate of course completion awarded to Anthony Mitchell for completing the online class, Kinesics, I don't know how you say that, 101, Learn to Read Body Language. Does this refresh your recollection about what that course was?
Sure. Yes.
And what was that course?
This was an online course, I think, with an out-of-state college. And this was at the time I was building my resume.
Okay. Okay. Was this to help in interviewing or interrogating individuals?
I thought it would be beneficial for bail enforcement or ultimately police officer vocation.
Okay. Other than bail enforcement, have you ever served in any law enforcement capacity?
No. I did security once. I don't know if that counts.
Sure. It was armed security, wasn't it?
No, I was initially hired as armed security, but I was 20 years old, and I thought they were making an exception, and then I got an armed sheriff's card, and then I did unarmed security, which was a significant pay decrease, but I was happy to do it.
Okay. Where was it that you were serving as security?
The company, I think the pronunciation is Wackenhut,
Oh, okay.
but I'm not sure.
Okay. It is Wackenhut. Where were you? Where did you work for Wackenhut?
It's off of Post Road and Las Vegas Boulevard. There's mid-rise condos there, and it was a gated community. There was one guard at the front and then one guard that would ride around on the bicycle, and that's what I did.
Okay. And you had your armed sheriff's card, but they didn't employ you as armed security?
Right.
Okay. How long were you with Wackenhut at Post Road and Las Vegas Boulevard in those condos?
Approximately 6 to 8 months.
And what time frame was this when you were with Wackenhut?
When I was around 20 years old.
How are you employed currently?
Currently, I sell items on eBay and eCrater, and occasionally Craigslist to make ends meet.
Okay, and where do you obtain the items to sell on these websites?
China.
So you actually purchase items and then resell them on various websites?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a business license?
No.
Do you use any sort of entity name or sole proprietorship name to operate this business?
No, I don't.
I saw in some documents something from the Thai Box Roo self-defense and kickboxing classes. What was that?
That was what Philip called his training. He wanted it to be, I think, more official than it was.
And Philip, you mean Philip White?
Yes.
Okay. What sort of training was it?
It was, well, kickboxing, like the certificate says.
Okay. Let me have this marked as Exhibit B. Mr. Mitchell, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit B to this deposition, and it's several documents stapled together. And it is Bates labeled Mitchell 285, 286, and 287. Do you see that before you?
Yes.
Okay, and each one of these appears to be signed by Philip White, or it's a stamp of Philip White. I don't know. Is that
I believe it's a stamp.
okay? And so you were actually taking classes from him when he was on evening side.
Actually, I believe it's a photocopy he signed and then copied the certificate and then would later write in whether it was gold or orange.
Okay.
What was the next question?
I said, were these classes that you took from Mr. White when he was teaching out of his house at evening side?
Yes, and at the bottom, I see it's June, July, and then it took me an extra month in between, and then May. I would say this equates to about 3 months total.
Okay. And there's different ranks. I'm assuming gold was first, just based on the dates, and then green, and then orange.
It was based on time.
Okay. Was there like a high level that you achieved in this method of kickboxing?
I'd say the most recent would be the highest. The golden, no, let's see, May. Oh, I think they're reversed. It says May, July, then June. So I would say July would be the highest. I'm not sure.
And so July says orange belt. Was that your understanding of the highest?
It is right now.
Okay. You've never done any further study in this particular method of kickboxing?
No.
Did you pay Mr. White for lessons?
Yes.
And how much did he charge?
He didn't have a set amount, but I don't know if he needed money at the time or I ended up giving him approximately $1,200, and it was going to be for a year. He trained every morning, so it would be whatever morning I decided to show up while he was training.
Okay. For that amount, you were permitted to come every morning if you were able?
Yes.
Okay. How often would you actually then show up to train?
Maybe twice a week for the total 3 months.
Was there a reason that you stopped training with him?
I think it was physical. I stopped training due to not being able to keep up.
Are you married?
No.
Do you have any children?
No.
Have you ever been the plaintiff in another lawsuit?
Yes.
What kind of a lawsuit was that?
Two small claims cases.
Okay. Both here in Las Vegas?
Yes.
Okay. And which was the first one, and when was that filed?
I believe the first one was me versus Northwestern Mutual, and I'd say within the last year to 2 years.
And the lawsuit you filed against Northwestern Mutual, you were going to go to a training with Northwestern Mutual in Southern California, is that correct?
Yes.
And what happened that gave rise to the lawsuit?
So I was hired and explained that I would undergo 4 weeks of training, and at the end of the 4 weeks, they would compensate me for training with a $4,000 stipend, as they referred to it. I did go to California for training, and then about midway through, 2 weeks through, they told me that they didn't think I was the right fit, and that they would pay out-of-pocket expenses only, which would be gas and maybe there was a lunch or a cab ride that they were willing to compensate for, but it was around $285 that I was offered after 2 weeks, and I felt that this was putting me out, sort of, because I was 2 weeks behind in bills now and expecting a training stipend and to move forward and be a partner or a contributing person at Northwestern Mutual.
Okay, and your lawsuit was filed against Northwestern, or was it filed against the individual that you'd spoken to at Northwestern?
I think it was Northwestern Mutual and the employees involved in my hiring and dismissal.
Okay. Okay. And ultimately you settled with Northwestern Mutual?
Yes.
And what happened to the employees?
A few of them quit, and a few of them remained. And I believe they quit because of the hiring practices and how they treated people.
But what happened in the lawsuit? Were they dismissed?
I never saw most of the plaintiffs, or I mean most of the defendants of Northwestern Mutual. They sent an attorney and the hiring manager.
Okay, so you settled with Northwestern Mutual and didn't proceed individually against the employees.
Well, I settled with the hiring manager that runs this office. I think each office has a main person, and he settled out of his personal account, which was interesting.
Okay. And the other lawsuit you filed, that was against, it was one of the cities, right? Was it?
City of Las Vegas, I believe specifically parking enforcement.
Okay. And what was the circumstances of that lawsuit?
So while I was going to court for the Northwestern Mutual incident, and we were almost resolved, I received a ticket for no registration on my vehicle in the paid parking lot of the courthouse. But after reading about the law I was cited under, I didn't feel that it was a proper citation, especially because I was on what was considered to be a private lot. And after I looked into it, it was a private lot, and I was written the wrong statute in my ticket.
And you actually sued the enforcement agent who wrote the ticket, right?
Well, like the Northwestern Mutual case, I included the parties that I felt were responsible.
And did you think that person who wrote the ticket was responsible?
Sure. If she acted against what the law says should happen, then I think that she bears responsibility in that.
I saw some allegations in that lawsuit where you said that she was motivated to write tickets because of how much money she was making as a parking enforcement.
That was an assumption.
Okay. But that's what you assumed, that was her motivation?
Well, based on the pay structure that I saw, I was assuming that rank was granted to the officers that wrote the most tickets to bring revenue in. And then after putting that together, I added what I believed to be true into my lawsuit.
Okay. Do you drink alcohol at all?
No.
Is that because of the medication you're on?
Well, it says that you shouldn't drink alcohol with it, or yeah, I think it says don't mix with alcohol.
Okay. Have you ever drank alcohol?
In my life?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, but regularly you don't because of the medication?
I don't know if it's because of the medication. I just don't enjoy the feeling of being drunk.
Okay. Now, you have a CCW permit?
No.
Did you at one time?
Yes.
Okay, when was that?
I think I got it shortly after I was 21, and maintained it for 2 years, I think.
And was that when you were going through law enforcement training and working at Wackenhut?
No, when I was working at Wackenhut, I was 20, so I couldn't carry a gun. Well, not concealed anyway. So I didn't carry a gun at that time. Once I was 21, I got the certificate because, again, I thought the more certificates or the more qualified I presented myself, the better chances I would have for employment in that field.
Okay. Why did you let the permit lapse, or what did you do about that?
Yeah, I couldn't afford I think it was so when I initially got the permit, maybe it was good for 5 years. Maybe I kept it for 5 years. But after that, so per year they charge like $90 renewal. But then after the 5 years, approximately 5 years, they require you to take another shooting test, and then that costs an extra $100. So at that time I couldn't afford it, and also decided I don't need this to be on a future resume, and it's not necessary to carry a gun.
Okay. I saw in there as well that you had some training on a taser.
Yes.
Okay, tell me about the taser training.
When you order an X26 citizen version, which is sort of like the tasers that police have, but it doesn't. Actually, I think it shocks longer than police officers. Their tasers shock for 5 seconds, and this one shocks for 20, I think, unless you turn it off.
Okay.
But when you order it, they send out a law enforcement agent that's certified on tasers to your home, and then they explain to you just how it functions and when you should use it and when you shouldn't. And so it was, I don't know if it was an hour or 2 hours, and then he wrote a registration card.
Okay. And you said an X26 citizen version, did I say that right?
It was an X26C.
Okay. And that's a type of taser?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that version had a longer period of time that that you could be tased, I guess.
Yes.
Okay. So the officer came out to your house and trained you and gave you that certificate?
Yes.
Did you obtain an X26C taser?
I had 2.
You had 2 of them? Okay. And what was the time frame that you obtained these?
I believe before I was able to get a concealed weapons permit, because I was working security and unarmed security in what I felt to be an above average crime rate neighborhood. Even though it was a gated neighborhood with high-rise condos, we had a few incidents there. I felt like it would be safer if I carried a taser and or pepper spray.
Okay. What was the neighborhood that you mentioned? This was with Wackenhut, right?
Yes.
Okay. What was the neighborhood that you were in with the high-rise condos?
I don't remember the name.
What area of town was it?
Post Road and Las Vegas Boulevard.
Okay. Okay. Were you permitted to carry a taser while working for Wackenhut?
No, but I left it in my car.
Why get it if you couldn't carry it, I guess, when you're on duty?
Well, at least I felt better about it being in my car, and yeah, if something really bad happened, at least I knew that my car was there, and that I could retreat into my car.
Okay. Did you carry pepper spray while you were working with Wackenhut?
I think at times I had a pepper spray in my pocket, but I'm not sure if that was while I was on or off. It was a small little, sort of like a pen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you permitted to carry that while working at Wackenhut?
No.
Do you still have the tasers, or did you
No,
sell them?
I sold those shortly after the incident we're here for, because they cost a little over $1,000, and I was able to sell them for around $600
a piece or together?
a piece.
I want to direct your attention now then to July 10th, 2011. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
And why do you remember that day?
That was the day that police broke in my home without a warrant and shot me with, ultimately, were determined to be pepper balls.
Okay.
And the day that officers were pointing a rifle at me while I took photos of them.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about that day. What was the first thing that you recall about that day?
The first thing I recall is waking up and waking up and hearing sirens, and then checking my phone for missed calls or emails, and seeing that I had missed a call from my dad.
Okay. All right, you heard sirens in your neighborhood,
Yes.
and that's what woke you up?
Yes.
And where were you living at the time?
367 Evening Side.
And your parents were living at 363 Evening Side?
362 Evening
Three-
Side.
362?
Philip White lived at 363 Evening Side.
Okay. Did you ever live with your parents?
In my life, yes.
Okay. When was that you had lived with your parents?
I'd say up until I was 17 or 18, and then shortly after the incident.
Did you live with your parents when they lived on Evening Side?
Yes.
How was it that you ended up at 367 Evening Side?
Well, before I moved to 367 Evening Side, I lived up the road, and when my lease was up, I contacted Richard Baker, who owned the home, who I knew as sort of I don't know if you'd call him a friend or an acquaintance of my dad's, and I asked him if he would rent me his house, because his house on the block was, I'd say, 40% less in rent than any other home. He was renting it for $1,000, and the average rent was $1,600.
Okay. You said you were living up the road. Where were you living at the time when you called up Mr. Baker?
About a block away. I don't remember the street name. I think we gave it, though.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so on the day of this incident, though, you woke up in your home at 367 Evening Side.
Yes.
Okay, and at the time, were you living with anyone?
No. Well, my dog lived with me.
That was Sam?
Yes.
And you said that you saw that your father had called,
Yes.
and then, so what did you do then?
I returned his call.
And what did he tell you?
He told me, I'm not sure if he told me that he spoke with Philip or that he heard from Philip. Not sure what the exact words were, but he said that the police were there, and they went to Philip's door, and Philip invited them in. I mentioned to him that they're blaring their sirens in front of my house. And at this point, I only thought that, he said that Philip had invited the officers in, but that they asked him to leave the baby inside and to come out, and that he didn't do that. And so I thought, well, the police have already notified him of their presence. Why would they continue to wail their sirens other than to embarrass him in front of his neighbors, or to try to sort of get the neighbors against him, or anger his neighbors and his friends? And so I thought that was a tactic that they were using to get Philip to, I don't know.
Were you concerned by that?
I was concerned that they were wailing their sirens in front of my house after they already notified Philip of their presence. because I felt that unnecessary and, like I say, just to attempt to annoy his neighbors.
So you thought that was more to annoy you than it was necessary?
I don't know if I weighed out the necessity versus the annoyance.
Fair to say you were annoyed.
Yes.
Okay. But I'm trying to understand, why were you concerned about that?
Because it woke me up. I think I would have slept till about noon that day had the sirens not woken me up.
All right, and after your father told you that about Philip White, what did you do then?
I opened my door and I yelled, "Shut your sirens off."
Who did you yell at to?
The officers parked immediately in front of my house with their sirens on.
Were there officers parked right in front of your house?
Yes.
Okay. Was it just the police car? Were there people inside the car?
There was a police car with the door open and a couple officers standing behind the car or at the back of the car.
Why did you yell at the officers?
Because they had their siren on, and it woke me up.
Did you think they were there to do their job?
Pertaining to the sirens, I did not think that I did not think that was part of the job, but I think police officers show up to do their job.
What happened after you yelled at them to shut the siren off?
They shut their siren off.
So then what did you do?
Well, my door was already closed at the time they shut their sirens off. It was only open for a brief moment when I yelled that. Then I think I took a shower.
And then what happened?
When I got out of the shower, I may have done some exercise in my bedroom.
And then what happened?
And then I returned to the front of my house and looked out the kitchen window and the garage window.
And why were you looking out the windows?
To see if the officers were still there, the officers that had their siren on.
And were they?
I don't know if the car was still in that location, but I saw officers.
And so what did you do then?
I think at that time I pulled out my camera and started photographing.
Why did you pull out your camera?
Well, they had been there for, I think, over an hour at this time, and I thought, if anything escalates from this, or if ultimately Philip is arrested, he might want photos for his case.
Why did you think that something might be escalated from that?
I think more officers were there after my shower than before my shower.
Were you trying to help Philip by taking these photos?
Like I say, if he were to have any criminal charges because of the police conduct outside, I thought that he may ask if we documented it at all.
Were you trying to help him out?
I was trying to ensure that the law was upheld.
Were you concerned that the law was not going to be upheld that morning?
Sure, yes.
Why?
Well, after being terminated from the academy for correcting them on training and the proper training, I felt at that time that department didn't have the best interests of its citizens in mind, based on their training methods. And so I started photographing these officers.
That department was the Nye County Sheriff's Office, right?
Yes.
And you thought that these officers wouldn't have had the best interests of citizens in mind as well?
I don't know if I automatically assumed that, but I've seen in the past that, you know, there's the YouTube videos of people recording police, and I just thought it would be better to record it than not to.
In case something happened?
Sure.
But was that why you did it, in case something happened?
Well, I did it out of curiosity. Maybe we'd be able to later reference the photos after everything calmed down and sort of laugh about the whole thing. If it was just that cops were there and then cops left, and then we could say, well, good thing nothing happened.
What happened then after you started taking photos?
SWAT arrived.
By the way, you said that you pulled out a camera. Were you taken from a camera or a cell phone or what?
It was an iPhone 3
Okay.
turned sideways.
Okay. Okay.
Feels like a camera when you turn it sideways.
Right, right. Okay. And then you said then at some point SWAT showed up?
Yeah, at some point. I think they stopped on the street and then backed up and then drove. No, and then SWAT walked beside a squad car that drove by his house while an officer aimed at his house, and then the SWAT truck pulled in front of his house, and at some point the SWAT officers tied a chain around a tree in Philip's front yard and then backed up and pulled it out and then untied the tree and drug it somewhere.
You said that you said something about while an officer was aiming at his house. I didn't know who his was there.
Philip White's house.
Okay, so you saw an officer aiming a weapon at Philip White's house?
Yes.
You were able to see that from your home?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you saw this officer aiming a weapon while a SWAT vehicle was coming up?
No, I don't know if the Henderson, the regular officers, I don't know if they were pointing their rifles before SWAT arrived or didn't start until after. I think they were pointing their rifles before SWAT showed up, if that's what you're asking.
Okay.
But the car, there was a SWAT officer behind a regular squad car, and they were pointing their rifles at Philip White's house.
Okay. And how were you able to identify them as SWAT officers?
Well, I had been wanting to join the police department for a long time at that point, so I tried to learn as much as I could about uniforms and how they are.
Okay. You recognize the uniform as being a SWAT officer uniform?
Yes.
Okay.
I believed it to be.
And then tell me what happened then next.
After the tree was pulled out of his yard?
Well, is that the next thing that happened? The SWAT vehicle came in and then you saw the tree removed?
Well, only major events stand out in my mind.
Okay.
So a major event was when they uprooted a tree from his front yard, and then shortly after that, one of the Henderson SWAT officers pointed his rifle at 362 Eveningside.
Okay, so you saw the tree uprooted first, and then saw Henderson officers point a rifle at 362 Eveningside?
Yes.
Okay. And how were you sure they were Henderson officers?
I believe I knew the color at the time. They were in green, and I think their truck said Henderson on it. But I also connected in my head that the SWAT officer was walking behind a Henderson patrol car, and we were in Henderson, so I assumed them to be Henderson.
Okay. And then after you saw those Henderson officers that you believe were Henderson because they were wearing green point the weapon at 362 Evening Side, what happened then?
Well, at some point when that happened, I was on the phone with my dad, and he told me that the officer pointed a rifle at him.
Okay. Do you remember your dad's exact words?
I remember that was the content of it. I can't say exact words.
And where was your dad living at the time?
362 Evening Side.
Where was your dad located when he said he had a weapon pointed at him?
He mentioned that he was in the front bedroom taking photos, and that the officer pointed the rifle at him, and then that he took photos out of a different window on the right, and the officer pointed his rifle at him there also.
Why was your dad taking photos?
Objectives to form calls for speculation.
If you know. Do you know why he was taking photos?
I don't know if he had the same reason as me or a different reason.
Did you talk about it at all with him, about taking photos?
Only so far as that he said that he was taking photos, but I didn't ask why, because I assumed more photos are better than less photos.
Okay. How far was the officer when the officer pointed the weapon at 362 Evening Side? How far away was he?
From the window, he was approximately 30 feet, maybe?
Do you know what kind of weapon it was?
An AR-15.
Anything else you recall about being on the phone with your dad, about what your dad said?
I'll probably remember more as we run through the exact timeline, because it'll bring the pictures back more vividly. But right now, he mentioned that they had a dog. The police officers had a dog, and that they were pointing rifles at him. And there's other things that may have come from putting together the facts and reading the complaint, but that's all I can remember him saying to me on the phone, is that they were pointing rifles at him, and that he saw more cops now than before, and that yeah.
Okay.
So,
What happened next that you recall that day?
Well, after they were pointing the rifle at my dad while he was taking pictures, I saw another SWAT truck arrive, and this one was a different color.
Okay. About what time of day is this, or do you recall?
I'm approximating between 10 and 11 a.m.
Okay. And so this SWAT truck was a different color. Did it have any identifying marks on it or anything?
It may have had a crest that said North Las Vegas. I think it did, because at some point I mentioned on the phone that North Las Vegas SWAT was here, and then my dad asked, why would North Las Vegas be here?
Okay. What color was this SWAT truck?
It was a dark blue or black.
All right. Did you speak to your father more than one time that day?
Approximately 2 or 3 times. It could have been 4, so between 2 and 4 times.
Okay. just giving each other updates about what was going on?
Well, we thought it was weird and kind of scary that that there was first a handful of officers and then a SWAT truck and then another SWAT truck. So when something would escalate, I called him sort of as a security. I was only 22, I think. No, maybe 24 at the time, and still sort of relied on my dad for safety.
Were you concerned about your safety?
Sure. After the North Las Vegas SWAT officer pointed his rifle at me while I was taking photos, and I didn't feel like I was doing anything threatening, so I thought that their behavior was outside the law at that point.
You didn't think it was threatening that you were taking photos of them?
No, I actually feel that if they're threatened by photos being taken of them, they're probably breaking the law.
So did you think then when you took a photo and they felt threatened that they must be breaking the law?
Well, I didn't know if them pointing a rifle at me meant that they were threatened. So I don't think I ever made that connection.
Okay. Did you ever think they were threatened?
Who's they?
The police officers.
No, I don't think they were. Certainly not by me.
Okay. Okay. You said after, we should just have the record reflect, Mr. Lenhard just walked in to our deposition. You said after you saw this other SWAT truck, dark blue, about 10 or 11 a.m. What happened after that?
So after North Las Vegas was pointing their rifle at me while I was taking photos, I told my dad about it on the phone, and then there was a brief period of time of me just continuing to take photos, and when I would walk into my house, but then back out into the closed garage, looking out the window, what happened next? Oh, yeah. When I walked in front of the window, the officer that originally had his rifle pointed at me would bring it up quite suddenly and aim at me, and I assume his rifle to be loaded at this point, and I thought by him jerking up and aiming at me, I should either, well, stay in front of the window so it's constant, he doesn't accidentally slip on the trigger when he brings it up, or I don't know. It disturbed me that he was so like fast and forceful with his rifle, aiming at me and following my head with his rifle in his sights. So after he did that a couple of times, while I was taking photos, I went and got a Kevlar vest and then continued to take photos.
Why wouldn't you go to a different part of the house?
At some point I did, but they all had solar screens except for this one window, and solar screens you can't really photograph out of.
And you were still trying to photograph the activities?
Well, especially now that two different departments were pointing their rifles at photographers.
The Kevlar vest you mentioned, is that the one that you had received from the Henderson officer?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and so what happened after you put on the Kevlar vest?
Oh, I continued to take photos, and then at a certain point, I think a third SWAT truck arrived at that time. But I'm basing that on the photos that I see 3 SWAT trucks in. I just know that shortly after that, there were loud noises, bangs. I thought a concussion grenade went off in front of my house, but I wasn't sure. And then I called my dad back on the landline, but this time my mom answered.
What's a concussion grenade?
It's a... Oh, I don't know how it's made.
What is it?
It makes a really loud noise.
Had you heard one before?
I did at a previous incident involving a neighbor and domestic violence. The SWAT team threw probably 8 concussion grenades outside my house, but I was out of town. My brother filmed it and then showed me later.
So you had heard it before on the video?
Yes.
Okay. Which brother was that?
Brian Mitchell.
Brian. Okay. All right. And you said that the concussion grenade went off, and you called the landline at your parents' house,
Yes.
and your mother answered.
Yes.
And tell me about that conversation.
Well, immediately when she picked up, I told her that there's banging going on outside my house. There might have been a concussion grenade. I think I mentioned that, or I just said really loud noises. And then at that time, the police banged on my door and said, "Resident 367, come to the door."
And did you go to the door?
No.
Were you still on the phone with your mom?
It was actually, I was on the phone with my mom. There was a very short period of time between when they banged on the door and said resident 367 to the time they started ramming it. I would say no more than 3 seconds. And at that time my mom was still screaming, "What's going on?" And I was trying to tell her, but at the same time comply with officers.
Were you trying to make it to the door?
Well, I made the phone call in my kitchen, and when they banged on the door, I walked to my living room, which was, within a few feet of the door. But then when they started ramming it, I didn't want to open the door.
And then what did you do?
And I say I didn't want to open the door because it might burst open into me when they're ramming it. So in that 3 seconds, I was standing in the living room, and the door burst open, and they didn't come in. They stayed outside, and some yelled, "Get down on the ground." Some yelled, "Get off the phone," and some yelled, "Crawl out to us."
Okay, and then what happened?
At that time, and I don't think I have this in the complaint, but I believe I was shot while standing, and I was shot under my armpit, and then I dropped the phone and collapsed to the floor, and then the officers still hadn't entered and yelled, "Crawl out to us," or "Shut off your phone," and then at that time, when, I don't know, either because I didn't crawl or because I didn't turn off my phone, I was laying there on my stomach with my hands on the floor like this. They shot me again with the pepper ball gun.
How much time passed when you first heard the officers outside say, "Get off the phone, get down on the ground, and crawl to us," before they shot you while standing?
I would say within a second of my door being broken in, they shot me with pepper balls.
Do you recall, though, them saying first? Do you recall them saying first, "Get off the phone, get down on the ground, and crawl to us," but while you were still standing before they shot you?
It was less than a second before.
Okay.
Right after they ended that sentence, I was
Okay,
shot.
and I had understood you to say that in that order. That's why I was trying to clarify that. Was that the order that it happened? They rammed open the door, they yelled these commands, and then shot you?
They broke open the door. Yeah, then they yelled a few different commands. I didn't know which one to do first, and then I was shot before processing and being able to carry out any one of those commands.
Did you hear them all at once, or were they 3 separate commands?
No, they were all at once from different officers.
You could make out the 3 commands, though?
Well, the same commands were repeated when I was laying down on the ground and shot with pepper balls.
Okay.
So
So are you able to tell how much time passed between hearing those commands when the officers are outside and the time that you are shot?
sorry, can you repeat the question?
Are you able to tell how much time passed between hearing those commands from the officers outside and being shot?
Sure. Between when they started ramming open my door to the time I was shot, less than a second, maybe 2 seconds.
So the commands are just like milliseconds when they make them? I'm just trying to understand what your
Well,
testimony is.
My door flew open. I'm on the telephone. They yell, "Get off the phone." One of them yells, "Get off the phone." Get on the ground from another one. And it was "Get off the phone, asshole," and "Crawl out to us." I don't think that one was complimented by asshole. And then they shot me with pepper balls, and then I fell down with my phone out in front of me, and then they shot me again, telling me to crawl out to them because they still hadn't entered the home. And then I put my hands over my head so they could see my hands, and then curled up with my back facing the door, so that if they continued to shoot me with pepper balls, they wouldn't hit me in the face or any sensitive areas. But they didn't shoot me a third time. And then, I don't know if they yelled anything else, but at some point when they stopped shooting me, I rolled over on my stomach and put my hands behind my back with my palms together so that they wouldn't have any reason to hurt me any further.
Did you try to crawl out towards them?
There wasn't time to.
During that time period, the whole morning that you were talking before, they rammed in the door. Did you try to call Philip White?
Yes.
Did you speak to him that day?
Yes.
How many times did you try to call Mr. White?
I think there were 2 or 3 failed attempts at contacting him, and 1 or 2 maybe successful attempts.
Why were you trying to call Philip White?
It would depend on the conversation. At one point, I was notifying him that I contacted the media. At another point, I mentioned to him how many SWAT trucks were outside.
Were you telling Mr. White where the officers were located?
No.
But you told him how many SWAT trucks were outside?
How many SWAT trucks I saw.
Okay. Did you tell him how many officers you saw?
No, I never counted the officers. I just estimated. No, and I didn't estimate and tell him. I just, at this point today, I'm estimating how many officers were there.
Why did you tell Mr. White how many SWAT trucks were outside? Why did you tell Mr. White how many SWAT trucks were outside?
I don't know for sure that I told him a number of SWAT trucks. I believe I just mentioned that SWAT was here.
And why did you tell him that?
Well, to let him know that his situation was escalating.
Was there a reason that you wanted him to know that?
No, I think I would want somebody to tell me if my position was changing regarding anything involving the police.
Were you trying to give him as much information about the situation as possible?
Well, no, he never asked for any information. And I don't think I conveyed most of what was occurring that day because it was all so fast. But I'd mentioned that SWAT was here because previously he'd talked to an officer, and now there were SWAT officers on scene. So.
But you thought he should know that information?
Well, I shared it with him. I don't know if it was for my benefit to feel like a better person, or if I thought it was for his benefit.
Any other reason that you called Mr. White that day?
It's hard to know what exactly I was thinking when calling him, because it was 5 years ago that SWAT did all this to us. But I can't think of any other reasons.
And you said at one point you wanted to notify him about the media. Did you speak to him when you called to notify him about the media?
I may have left it on a voicemail. No, I think I talked to him and told him that I had given the media his phone number, and I'm not sure. It could have been on a voicemail though.
Had you already spoken to the media by this time?
By the time I called Philip to let him know that I notified the media, I had already notified the media.
Okay, and who had you notified at the media?
Well, at Ashley. I was going to say at this time, I can't reference the name that far back, but since reviewing materials for the deposition, I can tell you that it was Ashley.
You saw I had showed Mr. Mike Mitchell an exhibit with a voicemail where it was Ashley from Fox 5 News. Is that what you're referring to, that exhibit?
Yeah, that was a phone call to me.
Okay, that was actually a phone call to you. Okay, so that was a voicemail, I guess, to you from Ashley at Fox 5 News.
Yes.
Okay, and had you called Fox 5 News?
Yes.
And did you get that number from your dad?
Yes.
And why Fox 5 News?
That's the only news name I could think of at the time. My dad watches Fox a lot.
Okay.
When you get a chance, maybe find a place to break.
Sure. We've been going for about an hour and a half. We should take a quick break right now.
The time is now 11:27 a.m. We are off the record. The time is now 11:43 a.m. We are back on the record.
Mr. Mitchell, we just had a brief break. Do you have any changes to your prior testimony?
No.
Okay. Before we took our break, I was asking you about the media, and you said that the only name you could remember was Fox 5 News. Was there any other reason you called that particular local affiliate?
I felt that, I think I felt at the time that the news should know what was happening on the street.
And why did you call the media?
To let them know what was happening on the street.
And did you call the other local affiliates then as well?
Fox was the only news agency I was able to get a number for.
Why did you think that the media needed to know about what was going on the street?
I called the news media after the officer pointed his rifle at me and my father while we were taking pictures. So I felt that the news should know about that. It might persuade the officers, if the news media is on the street, it might persuade them to follow the laws.
Did you think that having the media there was going to change the officers' behavior?
Well, sure. If you're violating the law when you aren't being filmed or published in the media, I think you'd be more likely to follow the law when you are being filmed or viewed by the media.
But what was different about the media versus you taking the photos?
Well, the media can disseminate photos to a large number of people if there's something outrageous occurring.
Well, can't you too through YouTube or social media?
I wasn't very good on social media or computers at the time. I had an iPhone, but I wasn't. I'm better now at it.
What do you mean you weren't very good on social media or computers at the time?
I didn't understand the concept of Facebook or Instagram. I don't know if that was out yet, but these various websites, I didn't understand why or why or how they worked, but I've come to learn a better understanding of how you use social media to, share things with friends or.
Did you have a Facebook account at the time of the incident?
I think so.
But you still didn't understand the concept?
Well, the concept I understood was that you had friends and family on Facebook and it would help you communicate or connect with people from your past. Beyond that, I didn't have an understanding of it.
So was the reason you called the media because you thought that they could disseminate the photos better than you?
Well, no, like I said, I called the news media because I felt that behavior involving police was worthy of news attention, or should be filmed by somebody more than myself at that time.
What was the behavior that you thought was worthy of news attention?
Multiple SWAT trucks on the street. You don't see that every day. And then officers pointing their rifles at unarmed persons that are photographing them.
Okay. And did you speak to someone at Fox 5 News?
Yes.
And that was Ashley?
Yes.
Okay. And did she identify herself any further?
She mentioned where she worked and that her name was Ashley.
What do you remember about that conversation with Ashley?
I remember, I think I called the Fox office first, and they transferred me to Ashley, or gave me Ashley's phone number. And they mentioned that Ashley was already, I think she was already on scene.
What do you recall about the call to Ashley that you made?
She wanted to interview me, and I mentioned to her that officers were pointing their rifles at me. And when she wanted to interview me, I suggested that she come up to my house and interview me either through, I don't think I mentioned a window or a door, but my thought at the time was that she could stand on the porch and interview me through my door.
Do you remember her exact words about wanting to interview you?
We would like to do an interview with you.
Did she say she wanted to do it in person at your home?
No, she said that the roads were blocked off and that she couldn't come up to my home. I don't know if that overrides her preference. She might have had a preference to come to my home.
Did she ask you to come to the station?
She asked me at one point to come down to the barricade to interview with her.
Did you?
No.
Why not?
Well, at this point, officers were pointing their rifles at me while taking photographs. So I felt they would continue to do that if I exited my home. But then there's even a less barrier between me and the bullets coming at me.
Were you comfortable with the idea of an interview with Ashley?
Yes.
And why was that?
She was not pointing a gun at me.
Okay. Did you think that was going to help the situation?
Her interviewing me? Well, I didn't insist on an interview. She requested an interview. I just wanted the news to be there that day.
Well, you told me that you thought she could come up to the house and stand on your porch and interview you there. Did you suggest that to her?
As an alternative to coming down to the end of the street, I suggested that.
Okay, so you were fine with the idea of an interview.
Yes.
And you said she insisted. Did she insist you interview with her?
I don't remember my statement, but she wasn't insistent. She was requesting.
Okay. Was that the whole conversation that you had with Ashley on the phone?
That's all I can remember right now.
Was that the only time you spoke to Ashley that morning?
I believe so.
Okay.
I think she called back at one point and got my voicemail and left a message, but I didn't get that until that night, maybe.
Did you ask her to call Philip White?
I don't know if I asked her. I think I had mentioned Philip and that she asked me for his contact information.
Why did you mention Philip?
Well, I think she asked why police were there, and to my best understanding, it was because of an accusation from Suzette. So once I let Ashley know what the scene was about, she asked for that phone number.
How did you know about the accusation from Suzette?
In that original phone call that I mentioned from my dad when I returned his missed call, he mentioned that Philip invited the officers in. He also mentioned that this was all over an accusation that Philip had slapped Suzette.
Had you spoken to Suzette at all that day?
No.
Did you know if Philip had slapped Suzette?
No, I did not know for certain.
Did you think that Philip was innocent of that?
Yes.
Were you calling the media to try to help Mr. White's proof that he was innocent?
No, I was calling the media because officers were pointing their rifle at me while photographing, and I didn't think that they would do that to news media.
Let me be clear about something. Did you think Mr. White was innocent of that accusation that day?
Yes, that's what I believed that day.
Why is that?
He doesn't seem like the kind of guy that would slap his wife.
But you didn't do any of your own investigation into that situation?
Well, while on the phone with Philip during one of the calls, without asking, Philip offered the information that he didn't slap Suzette and he would never slap Suzette.
Did you ask him, did you slap Suzette?
No, like I say, he just told me that on the phone to sort of clear his name, at least with me.
He just volunteered that?
Well, I asked him why the police were outside, and then he volunteered that.
So he said he didn't slap Suzette, but the police were outside because of that?
I don't know, not in those exact words, but that was sort of the gist of it.
Do you remember his exact words?
No.
So his statement that he didn't slap Suzette was good enough for you?
I believed what he was telling me.
Approximately what time was it that you spoke to Philip White that day?
Approximately between 10 and 11 a.m.
And that's when he said, I didn't slap Suzette?
Right.
Okay, because you said you had tried to call him a couple times, right?
Right. I'd say the first 2 to 3 times I called, he didn't answer, and it went to voicemail. And I don't think I left any voicemails.
Do you recall getting a phone call from someone who identified themselves as the police?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that call.
I was in my garage photographing at the time I received a call, and I think I had snapped a photo right when the call came through. And of course, since my camera is my phone, I could no longer take pictures while on the call. But, I mean, I've since learned that you can do that. You just minimize the phone call with the home button. But I could view an officer in between my house 367 and the neighbor's house 365, and he was on a cell phone and holding down his shoulder mic while on the phone. It was like this, and at some point on the call I asked him, "Are you holding down your mic?" And then he released his mic and looked around. He didn't know how I could see him.
When the phone rang, how did you know it was the officer?
Well, because I could see him. I'm not sure his exact words.
You don't remember what he said?
Yeah, at some point on the call. I don't know how he introduced himself, but he did ask if, and I believe this to be an exact quote, can we use your home for a better tactical advantage against your neighbor?
And what time was this call?
This would be close to 11, maybe slightly before or slightly after 11.
Okay. So after you have already spoken to Mr. White?
Yeah.
Okay. And it was something to the effect of, can we use your home for a better tactical advantage for your neighbor?
Yes.
Did you believe that to be Mr. White that they were talking about?
Based on the information I had, yes.
Okay. And what did you say after that request?
I said, this isn't a war between the North and the South. You don't get to occupy my home.
Why did you say that?
Well, I think it was in the Civil War that soldiers took over homes without warrants and then slept there. I think that's why we created the Third Amendment. So at the time of his request, I didn't feel it necessary to give up my home and have it occupied by officers.
Did you think he was asking you to give up your home?
Yes.
To give it up completely?
Well, not forever.
Did you think that he was suggesting this was a time of war?
I don't think he suggested that, but I think that he was, I think that he was violating that law that that your home shouldn't be occupied by soldiers. I've now come to learn that we can't call police soldiers, but they seemed like soldiers wanting to occupy my home at the time.
Did you thought his request to use your home was violating the law that your home can't be occupied?
Well, when he asked, he said specifically, "Can I use your home, or can we use your home for better tactical advantage?" And to me, that seemed like a command center or a bunker.
Because of the word tactical?
And advantage.
But he didn't say bunker or this is a war or anything like that.
No.
Did you tell him you can't occupy my home?
Well, yeah, I think I just mentioned that. I said this isn't a time of civil war, or this isn't the North versus the South, and you don't get to occupy my home.
What else do you remember about the conversation?
He asked me why I thought that. And I mentioned that I was previously in the police academy. And let me run through the conversation. All right, so he asked if he could use my home for tactical advantage. I said no, citing the Civil War. And then I mentioned that I think I said I know more about your job, or I know more about the law than you do.
How would you describe your demeanor while you're on the phone being asked this?
I would say worried, because at that time officers had been pointing their rifles at me for photographing, and were now asking for me to give up my home. It didn't seem like what should happen.
You seem very calm speaking today. Would you describe your manner the same way on this day when you're speaking on the phone to the officer?
I believe it was similar. It was probably more distressed, though, because right now I don't feel like my life is being threatened, so I'm a bit more calm than when you're aiming a rifle at me and breaking in my door.
Was someone aiming a rifle at you when you were on the phone with the officer?
Now we lay out the timeline, I don't know if they began pointing the rifles at me slightly after the phone call or before, but they were pointing the rifle at my dad at the time, and pointing at me to stop taking photos and get away from the window.
Were you distressed then when you were on the call with the officer?
Probably.
Did the officer ask you why you didn't want to leave your home?
No, he just asked why I thought that I knew the law.
Was that in a response to you saying, I know more about your job than you do?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you answer then when he said, when he asked about why?
I cited that I was in the police academy, and that I don't know if I mentioned various training, but I made that assumption that I knew more because he was asking me to give up my home for tactical advantage. At that point, I assumed that he must either not understand the law or obey the law.
Did you tell him you weren't going to give up your home?
I did not go along with their want to occupy my home for tactical advantage.
How did you tell him that?
No.
What did you say specifically?
Well, he asked the question, and then that's what I said in response to his question. I just said no.
Okay. And what was the reason for not allowing the police to enter your home?
Well, at the time, I didn't know they were going to break down my door anyway, regardless of what I said. Or I may have just given up my home in lieu of having my door broken in and being shot with pepper balls. But at the time, my reason was because I felt like they were a danger outside my home, and I was safer inside my home.
That's why you didn't want to leave your home. Is that right?
I'm sure there may have been other reasons, but that's certainly one of them.
Okay. But I mean, I suppose they could have used your home another way while you were there. Is that possible?
Based on how they were treating photographers that day, I didn't assume I would continue to be able to photograph if I gave up my home, and I also didn't think that they would involve me in their operations. I've gone on ride-alongs before, and even when you're riding along with the police, they don't want you involved, that closely in handling suspects or in walking up to the car. They want you back from them. So that may have led to my assumption as to why.
When he asked you, can we use your home for a better tactical advantage for your neighbor, did you ask, what do you want to use it for, or what are you going to do, or anything like that?
Well, no, because he said we want to use it for tactical advantage. So.
But you didn't ask what that meant. What does that mean? How do you want to use it?
Well, advantage to me means, like you're at maybe a higher position than another, or in a better position than another. And tactical to me means, artillery or bullets, bulletproof jackets, SWAT. Really, SWAT is more tactical than regular police. So, I guess they wanted to be progressively more tactical and have advantage.
But you didn't ask him what he meant when he said, can we use your home for better tactical advantage for your neighbor?
No.
You assumed that he wanted to occupy your home like soldiers would when the North and the South were at war.
Well, yeah, because he said he wanted to use my home. And I think during the Civil War, soldiers took over homes as an advantage in the war, because without the homes they would be exposed to the elements.
But to be clear, he didn't say, hey, we want to take over your home like we did in the North-South Civil War.
He did not draw that comparison, I did.
Did you think your location of your home was somehow a tactical advantage for the police in relation to Philip White's home?
Not at all.
Why is that?
There's another home in between mine and Philip's, and I can't even see Philip's home from my home. Like, no matter where I position myself, except maybe the driveway outside my home. And I think the officers were already in my driveway. And because you can't see Philip's home from my home, it doesn't make sense at all to set up a command center there or to use it to your tactical advantage.
Did you call the media after you got this call from the officer, or was that before?
I think after. And I think I remember mentioning the call to the reporter.
You think you told Ashley about the call that you got from the police?
Yes. In a couple of questions, can I use the bathroom? I think it's the amount of water I drink.
Sure. You want to take like a 5-minute break? We'll just go off record. That's fine.
The time is now 12:09 p.m. We are off the record. The time is now 12:14 p.m. We are back on the record.
Mr. Mitchell, we took a break. I think Mr. Mike Mitchell is no longer going to be sitting with us today, so the record should reflect he's not sitting here in the deposition anymore. Mr. Mitchell, do you have any changes to your prior testimony after our break? Okay. At some point in the morning, did you make the middle finger gesture towards an officer?
Yes, the timeline in my mind is that officers started pointing their rifles at me. All right, so I started photographing them. They began pointing their rifles at me. And I think it was just after I put on my Kevlar vest that I flipped them off, but it could have been just before that. So somewhere in that time, within that few minutes.
And was there someone in particular that you were flipping off?
It was a North Las Vegas SWAT officer that was pointing his rifle at me, at my head, whenever I'd walk in front of my window to photograph.
Did you flip him off while he was pointing the rifle at you?
Yes.
Did you think that was a wise move?
I don't know if I measured how wise it was at the time. I just knew that I didn't feel any reason that he should be pointing his rifle at me, and I wanted to convey what I thought about it.
Why did you flip him off?
Well, like I just said, I wanted to share my feelings of the situation without, I guess, without verbally contacting him, since there was a window between us. I couldn't do it with my mouth.
Would you say that before this incident you had respect for the police?
Yeah, I was. I was working with one doing bail enforcement. I was contributing to a political campaign for Peter Garriano, and he was a Henderson special investigator, or detective. I'm not sure.
Would you agree with me that flipping off an officer is not a sign of respect?
I would agree that that's not a good way to show respect.
Let's see. Did you hear any public address announcements or anything that morning from horns from the police?
I think immediately when I woke up, when they were on the siren, or when they had the siren on, they also announced from their speaker. I think at that time they were saying Resident 363 come out, but I'm not sure that they had. Yeah, I'm not sure if they were using their mic or just the sirens. That part doesn't stand out.
Okay. Let's have this marked as, what are we on, D or C? Okay. shown you what's been marked as Exhibit C to this deposition. It's a document that's Bates labeled COH 13 all the way up to 22, and it's marked confidential. Have you seen this document before? If it doesn't look familiar to you, Mr. Mitchell, I'm just asking generally if it looks familiar or not. Do you know?
Generally, I've recognized some pages.
And
so far,
you've
so-
reviewed some police reports in the course of the discovery in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want to actually have you turn to Bates 19, where it says 19 in the lower right-hand corner. The very last two lines there begins a paragraph, and it says, I called the number listed on the gun registration call and spoke with a male who stated that he is aware of our presence. I asked him to voluntarily comply with evacuating the home, and he stated that he would not leave the home. He stated that once he leaves the home, then all of his civil rights are gone. I advised them that I was only interested in having him leave the residence and that officers were not attempting to do anything more than that. I further advised of safety concerns due to him being directly across the street from Philip's home. Michael was not cooperative on the phone and went off on tangents that included the North and South in the Civil War. He further stated he went through the police academy and knows what we are doing more than we do. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, that's a portion of the paragraph.
Now, in your mind, does this paragraph refer to your conversation that you had with the officer?
Yes, it does, and because I'm not directly across the street from Philip, we know that that's an added manipulation of the report.
So let me make sure I understand. If an officer called you and said there that you're across the street from Philip and we need your house for a tactical advantage.
Well, no, this report says that I was directly across the street from Philip, or that was the officer's understanding. Those words were never used to me because I would have corrected them.
Okay.
It also says that we asked him to voluntarily comply with evacuating his home. I would have never brought up the Civil War if they didn't ask to use it for tactical advantage rather than for evacuation purposes.
Okay. That part of the paragraph, though, that North-South Civil War, that you remember from the call with the officer.
Yes, the North-South Civil War part sounds right.
Okay. The gun registration, did you have a phone number that somehow matched to your father's address for gun registration?
I believe the address on my driver's license wasn't updated from the time I moved out of my parents' house. Also, my truck was parked in their driveway at the time, not in my driveway. So the confusion could have come if he ran the plate, my father's driveway, and then called the number associated with that truck. But then other associations in here seem like they were drawn after the fact. Because I didn't give him any reason to assume I was Michael or that I lived at that house.
Okay, but an officer, I suppose, could have called that number thinking he was trying to reach Michael across the street and got you instead, 2 doors down.
I didn't think that was a possibility then. I've come to learn that now, that that's what occurred.
Okay, and so I'm clear. The word evacuating was not used on your phone call with the officer.
Correct.
But you understood that the officer wanted to use your home for a tactical advantage.
Correct.
And was asking you for permission to do so.
Yeah, it was my understanding they were asking. Yeah.
And it is true that you went through the police academy at the Nye County Sheriff's Office.
Not entirely through it.
Did you tell the officer on the phone when you spoke to that officer that you had been through the police academy?
I mentioned that I was in the police academy. I don't think I told him at what stage.
Okay, but you did tell him that you thought you knew his what his duties were better than he did.
After taking into consideration that officers were pointing their rifles at my dad, wailing their siren after they had already notified the suspect of their presence, and then calling me to use my home for tactical advantage. Like, I combined those in a way that thought, this guy doesn't know his job.
If you could turn on page 20, there's a paragraph on page 20 that begins, it's about 3/4 of the way down, further intelligence gathered. Do you see that paragraph?
Yes.
And it says, further intelligence gathered confirmed that Michael had an adult son, later identified as Anthony Mitchell, living in 367 Eveningside. This is the individual who was previously yelling at officers to turn off their sirens. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that part sounds accurate.
And did you yell at the officers to turn off their sirens?
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier.
And do you remember your exact words?
Shut your sirens off.
Did you use any expletives?
I don't think so.
Okay. And then it says in this report, officers observed Anthony observing officers in the window and taking pictures and possibly video. He was also using a cellular phone. Due to the possibility that Anthony could be relaying officer locations, including video, thereby compromising safety and the safety concerns for Anthony due to the close proximity of Phillips' home, he was ordered to evacuate, which met with negative results. Several attempts were made to contact Anthony via telephone, and messages were left. Do you recall any mess? Did I read that correctly, first of all?
You read that correctly.
Okay. And were any messages left for you about the police?
I found a message on my phone after I was released from jail. I didn't know of one at the time. I think it was from CNT. But that seems like I don't know if it's a direct lie or a misstatement in the report that says he was ordered to evacuate, because the only verbal conversation I had with them was when they asked to use my home for tactical advantage.
Tell me about the message that you found later from CNT. And what's CNT, by the way?
Well, I didn't know at the time what CNT stood for, but I've now come to know that it stands for Crisis Negotiation Team.
Okay, and tell me about the message that you heard later from the Crisis Negotiation Team.
I believe it said, and we have the recording you can listen to, but my remembrance of what it says is, this is William Barry, and then I think he said Bill after his name to correct him from William. So it's William Barry Bill. We'd like to get you to come out of your house. Please give me a call back. And I heard that after my release.
All right, and so the first time you heard that was after you were released from jail and came back home?
Yes.
So you didn't answer the call, or
It may have been the next day that I heard that voicemail. I don't know if it was that night.
you didn't answer the call when the police made it that day, when Officer Barry called?
I think I never saw it ring. So I think that call either happened when I was on the phone with the news or on the phone with my dad, and it didn't go through.
Did you have a landline or just the
Just the cell phone.
Okay, and you said you never saw it. What do you mean? Like, do you only have vibrate on your phone, or?
Well, no, I had my phone in my hands almost the entire time between photographing or communicating with my dad and the occasional calls with Philip that we talked about. I'm sorry, I forgot the question and what I was.
So I was just trying to figure out if you had the ringer on or not, or what.
I did, and my phone has call waiting, but that call never came through.
But eventually you had it on your voicemail, so it must have come at some point.
I think so, but I've had experiences like that with voicemails in the past, that the call is dropped but connected to voicemail, and I can only assume that's what happened at that time, or I wasn't looking at my phone. But I think it came through, and I'm just like drawing conclusions of what could have happened. I was, I think it came through while I was on a phone call or taking pictures, and and that's why it didn't show, because I was using my phone in some other capacity.
Going back to the paragraph where I was reading on COH 20, the next sentence says, North Las Vegas SWAT contacted him through the window and told him to evacuate the home. Did I read that correctly?
You read that correctly.
Did SWAT contact you through the window and tell you to evacuate the home?
The SWAT's only contact with me through the window was pointing their rifles at me while I was photographing them.
Did they issue any commands while they were pointing the rifles at you?
No, certainly none that I could hear. They were a good 40 to 60 feet away.
And then the next sentence says, Anthony ignored the commands. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you read that correctly.
Right, and your position is that there were no commands that were issued.
Right, there was no mention of evacuation. There was only the mention on the call of using my home for tactical purposes, tactical advantage. And there was no interaction between me and any SWAT officers until they broke down my door and shot me with pepper balls.
Okay, let's have this marked as D. Mr. Mitchell's showing you Exhibit D to this deposition, which is a document that's Bates labeled COH 1 and 2, marked confidential and entitled Henderson Police Department Declaration of Arrest. Have you seen this document in the course of discovery in this case?
I may have. It looks familiar only because it contains details about the case, so I probably did.
If you could go down to the paragraph that begins, Anthony ignored orders by SWAT officers. Do you see that paragraph?
Yes, I do.
And it says, Anthony ignored orders by SWAT officers to exit his residence due to the emergency situation. SWAT officers made entry and found Anthony wearing a ballistic vest and loading ammunition into a rifle magazine. Did I read that correctly?
You read that correctly.
And when they made entry, were you wearing your Kevlar vest?
I was.
Were you loading ammunition into a rifle magazine?
No, I was not.
Do you own a rifle?
I owned at the time, I don't know, 6 maybe?
You owned 6 rifles?
Yes.
What kind were they?
I had an AR-15, an AK-47, 2 AK-47s, a long rifle that had a scope on it. It was .308 caliber. And I think there's a .22 also. That's .22 caliber, Remington, I believe. And that was in the back room of my house next to my safe because I moved in 3 weeks before. So I hadn't had time to secure the wall safe yet. So they were in the back closet, like the furthest room from the door, furthest room from the front door. And then I also owned the 2 tasers that we talked about, and 2 pistols and a shotgun. And the 2 tasers, I don't know if I only had one at this time or still owned both. So the 2 tasers, the pistol, or the 2 tasers, the 2 pistols, and the shotgun, and my additional Kevlar vests were in my master bedroom.
What kind of pistols were they?
One's a 9mm. It was the first gun I ever owned, and The other's 40 caliber. They're not revolvers. They're
And what kind of shotgun?
12 gauge. I don't know the brand on that. Might be like Rock River or something. I don't think that's right.
And I'm just trying to count here. 1 AR-15, 2 AK-47s, 1 long rifle, a .308, a .22 Remington, 2 tasers, 2 pistols, a shotgun. I count about 10 weapons. Is that right?
Can we go back through that?
You said 1 AR-15, 2 AK-47s, 1 long rifle with a scope, a .308 caliber, a .22 Remington, 2 tasers, 2 pistols, a 9mm and a .40 caliber, and a shotgun.
Yes.
Okay, so that's 10.
I had never added them up until now. Yes.
Okay. Seems like a lot to me.
Objection. Form of the question. It's not a question.
Did you feel unsafe that you felt you needed a lot of weapons in that neighborhood?
No.
And you said none of them were in the safe at this time. They were all in your closet?
Not all. The rifles. So only the 2 tasers, my additional Kevlar, and the 2 pistols and the shotgun were in my master bedroom. All the rest on that list were in the rear bedroom in the closet. I thought about putting them in this, because you have to secure the safe to the wall with bolts, and I hadn't had a chance to buy the proper bolts. I didn't want to put them on with small screws because of the value of those rifles. So I set all the rifles in the closet, closed the door, and then left the safe open in the room, not in the closet. I thought if anyone were to steal the rifles, they'd be harder to carry rather than being in a closed, locked, unmounted safe, because then you could carry the whole safe away.
Is it your position that you were not loading ammunition into a rifle magazine that day when the police entered?
Right. That's either a direct, purposeful lie or a misremembrance of the facts when they typed this.
Did you keep your magazines separate from your weapons?
All the rifles were unloaded, so all the rifle magazines were separate from the rifles, and the nearest rifle magazine would have been in the rear bedroom on the floor about 3 feet from the closed closet with the rifles in them.
Did you have any plan to load your magazines that day?
No, well, I had many magazines that were loaded. They weren't in the guns though, so all my magazines were already loaded. I feel like if you own guns and own magazines and own bullets, you shouldn't keep the bullets out of the magazines in boxes. That would if you ever were in a life-threatening situation and needed the magazines, and to have them unloaded doesn't seem logical to me. But I did keep the weapons unloaded, except for the pistol in my bedroom was loaded.
Did you feel you needed to defend yourself that day when the police were in your neighborhood?
Through the act of taking photos, I felt that was adequate defense, and then putting on defense armor. But as I think you're hinting at taking an offensive action, and I don't. That was never my intention to use any weapons or violence toward the police.
Were you concerned about your defense of your home,
though? Only after the police broke down my door and shot me with pepper balls, I questioned the security of my home.
Well, you mentioned the North and the South when you spoke to the officer who called you on the phone. Were you concerned about defending your home at that time?
I was, I would say I was concerned with defending the right to remain in my home and photograph.
And it was after that call that you put your Kevlar vest on?
I believe so.
After the police entered your home, and shot you with pepper balls. Tell me what happened then. Did they handcuff you? How did they take you away? What happened?
So when they first broke open the door, they shot me, I don't know, a couple times. I think during that initial burst of shots, they shot my dog. It could have been at the second burst. Then, sorry, can you read back the question?
How about I ask it again? How did they take you away? Did they handcuff you?
Okay, so after I had been shot with the pepper balls for the second time, I rolled on my stomach and put my hands behind my back, and so that they wouldn't shoot me again or beat me up before handcuffing me, because that was my assumption at the point that they broke down my door and shot me, that it might get more violent. So I had my hands sort of like praying but behind, and then two, maybe more officers like dropped a knee on my back, lower and sort of upper back neck area, sort of like a UFC move, and then squeezed my hands together and handcuffed me.
And then after you were handcuffed, what did they do?
Well, at some point they stood me up and walked me to the porch area, and an officer pressed my face against the stucco wall with his hand, and then other officers asked me if anybody else was inside. They may have asked if anybody else was inside while they were still kneeling on my back. In fact, I think that's when they asked.
Do you know what officer it was that stood you up and walked you to the porch area?
By name, I don't know him. I believe he was wearing a North Las Vegas uniform.
And you said that he stuck, was it your face into the stucco wall, or what?
Yeah, so my hands were behind my back. He twisted the handcuffs, which were pressed into my wrists. And that's a tactic that's taught for compliance from officers, to twist the cuffs and dig them into you. And then, so he was twisting that and pressing my face against the stucco wall.
What side of your face?
My left side, because it was originally my right side, and then he turned my face away from looking inside the house.
Okay. And then what happened after your face was against the stucco wall?
I said to him, you can't possibly perceive me as a threat. Why are you pressing my face against the wall? Or I may have said, please stop pressing my face against the wall.
Well, which did you say?
I don't remember exactly. It was a request to no longer have my face pressed against the wall.
Did you yell or say it very calmly, like you're talking now?
It was as calm as I'm talking right now.
And you don't remember your exact words if you said please or...
And I remember I said it calm because I thought to myself, if I yell or say it in an aggressive way, they'll be more aggressive. So maybe they'll follow along if I'm calm.
And do you remember your exact words?
Well, no, it was a request to no longer have my face pressed against the stucco wall while the handcuffs were being wrenched.
Did you use any expletives while you said that?
No.
All right, and then what happened?
Then the officers spread out and searched my house. And while that was happening, the SWAT officer at some point released his pressure on my face, and a short time later, SWAT walked me a couple of houses up and handed me to a non-SWAT officer.
And you said the officers spread out and searched your house. Where were you while this was going on?
I was on the porch with my face pressed against the stucco wall.
Were you able to see what they were doing?
No, I only later saw an aftermath of like cupboards open and my rear closet with the rifles, that door open, and no mustard or mayonnaise on the floor, luckily.
Okay. And was the officer still standing out there holding your face against the wall while during this time?
Yeah. So I had my face pressed against the stucco wall, and so previously a number of the officers were on the porch still. Like 2, maybe 3 entered to drop their knees on my back and handcuff me, but the others entered only after I had my face pressed against the stucco wall.
You didn't see them enter, though, right?
I saw them leave the porch
Okay. Well,
in a direction away from the street, which could only be into the house,
How long were you standing out there?
which could have only been into the house.
How long were you standing there before the SWAT walked you away?
I'm estimating it at 1 to 2 minutes.
Okay. And during that time, is your face against the stucco wall the whole time?
Oh, at some point, I think after my face had been released from the stucco wall, one of the SWAT officers inside said very aggressively, "You want to flip us off, huh?" And then another officer looked at him and said, "Shh."
Okay, so your face was not against the wall for the entire 1 to 2 minutes.
No, it was probably just under a minute.
Okay, and was an officer with you then that whole 1 to 2 minutes?
Yeah, they never left my side. He kept his hands on me until I was handed over to another officer.
Okay, and then you were handed over to another officer and you were walked where?
I was walked, trying to think of the direction. I don't know north, south, east, and west on that street, but I was walked toward the command center away from Philip's house.
And then what happened?
I was handed over to a Henderson, yeah, because this was North Las Vegas SWAT. They handed me over to a Henderson non-SWAT officer.
And who was that?
We could probably reference that in one of the reports. I don't remember the name.
You don't have any. Can you describe the person that, the Henderson officer that you're referencing now?
No. I think I saw in the video that it was a man, and then it was a man and a woman. But they could have, yeah, I don't know their names.
Are you remembering the video or what occurred to you that day when you were walked up to the command center?
So I remember that I was walked up to the command center vividly. But as to who and what their names were of the officers that I was handed over to at the end of the street, that, like, to remember their faces or genders, I think I'm thinking of the video.
Okay. And then what happens after you're up at the command center then? You're still in handcuffs, right?
Right, but shortly after reaching, I never went to the physical command center. I was probably 50 feet from it at the closest. And so as I was handcuffed, at some point my Kevlar vest was removed from me without being unhandcuffed because it has Velcro release straps. And then an officer asked me what I knew about Philip White and told me that he didn't see any reason for me to be arrested and asked for the handcuffs to be removed. And he said he was the officer in charge. And then they gave me back my Kevlar vest, and I put it on and stood there and had a conversation with him out of handcuffs with a Kevlar vest on.
Okay. Okay. And what officer was this that ordered your handcuffs removed?
He just identified himself as the man in charge. They're the officer in charge.
Those are the words he used, officer in charge?
He said, "I'm the officer in charge." Yeah.
Okay. And so where are you standing wearing your Kevlar vest with the handcuffs off? Where is this?
All right, so at the top of Evening Side, there's a corner house before it hits another street, before Evening Side turns to another street, and so where this corner house is, it doesn't face the same side of the street as Evening Side, and it has a long block wall where there's, not a front yard of a house. So I'm standing next to that block wall. If I saw a map, I could show you exactly where it was.
Is Mauve, is that the street that was there?
I'm not 100% that that's the down street, but it is a street in the neighborhood.
Okay. All right. Well, how long are you standing there before your parents are there?
I think my mom was there when I was walked up, or she walked up while I was out of handcuffs talking. Yeah, she walked up while I was out of handcuffs talking to the commanding officer, and then they re-handcuffed me in front of her. And then she yelled, "Why are you arresting him?"
At some point, did she ask to use your phone?
Yes. No, she was making a call but having trouble with her phone, and the officer, a female officer next to my mom, asked if I would let my mom use my phone. And I thought at that time that because they already had the phone in their possession out of my pocket, handed it back to me when I was out of handcuffs, I think. And so they had seen that it had a lock on it, and I didn't want them to have my phone in an unlocked condition.
Well, let me be clear. When an officer said, a female officer said, "Hey, let your mom use your phone," you had your phone back in your pocket.
I think so.
Okay, and your handcuffs were off?
I think at the time of that request, my handcuffs were back on, but my phone and my Kevlar vest were still with me.
Could you reach your phone with the handcuffs on?
No, so it would have only been a situation where I hand my phone over to officers and give either my mom or the officers the PIN number to the phone.
And you didn't want to give the phone to your mom because the officers might get the PIN number?
Right, I didn't expect the officers to let me have a private moment with my mom and share the PIN number, like whisper it in her ear. And I also thought it would be easier for them to easy for them to snatch the phone out of my mom's hand and review the photos or delete the photos after it's been unlocked.
Were you concerned that they were going to delete the photos?
Yeah.
Did you ever tell your mom that was the reason you didn't give her the phone?
Probably, but I can't say for certain that we had a conversation explaining that detail.
All right, so your mom doesn't get your phone. What happens then?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay, so the officer says, "Why don't you give your mom your phone?" You don't turn it over. What happens then?
Then at some point I'm placed in the back of a police car. Well, no, they pull the items out of my pockets, which I think was only a cell phone. Maybe I had my wallet. I don't know. And then they took my Kevlar vest off and then put me in the back of the squad car.
Okay, and then what happens when you're back in the squad car?
I didn't have a clear memory of what happened after I was in the squad car, but I've since watched the video. And so my memory from the video is that I sat there for a minute with the door closed and and no AC, and then I realized how uncomfortable it was, having recently worked out in the morning, for my arms to be sort of swollen with blood, so bigger, and my hands behind my back with metal cuffs. Because I always use plastic and metal cuffs, which are made by a different brand. That I mentioned that to the officers, that there's a more comfortable set of cuffs that they could use, and that I had seen Henderson officers use. Do you want to know what happened next in the video?
Well, let me make sure I understand something. As you sit here today, you said you don't have a clear memory of what happened in the squad car.
I do after watching the video. I don't think before I watched the video, it was only bits and pieces, like laying down. I remember laying down, but I didn't remember conversation details until I watched the video.
So as you sit here today and I'm asking you questions about being in the squad car, are you picturing in your mind the video that you saw?
Yeah.
Okay. Without picturing the video, what's the next thing that you remember happening to you after being put in the squad car?
The next thing I remember is laying down and being asked to sit up.
Okay, and that's when you are in the squad car?
Yes.
And that's a memory you have, not thinking about the video. You remember that.
Right. I remember that because I was trying to be the most comfortable that I could possibly be while being handcuffed on hard plastic seats that have a roll in the center. Yeah, so that's the first thing I remember is laying down.
Okay, and then what do you remember next after laying down?
Being asked to sit up.
Okay, and then what do you remember?
Not sitting up.
Who asked you to sit up?
I believe it was the officer in the driver's seat, or she had been in the driver's seat, and then a couple minutes after that, a different female, I believe wearing a white shirt and a Kevlar vest, and some badge hanging in front of her. But I don't remember what it said, but she had a badge around her neck, on like one of those dog tag chains, and she came over to the door, and then I sat up to talk to her.
So you were asked to sit up, but you didn't sit up, but then she came over to the door and you sat up and talked to her?
Oh yeah, a different officer. Because the first one was sort of yelling at me to sit up, and so I don't know, I felt like there was a conflict there. If she had walked over the door, I don't know if I would have sat up, because the other woman had a sort of sweet demeanor to her, like she was interested in helping.
Okay, so the first one that asked you to sit up was the one who'd been in front of the car, in the front of the car? I just want to make sure I have my officers correct here.
The first one, yeah, the first one that asked me to sit up, I believe, was the driver of the car. I don't know if she said it while she was sitting in the seat, but I knew her to be the driver.
Okay, and that was a female.
Yes.
And do you know her name?
No, we could probably get it in one of the reports, but
Okay.
I don't know her name.
And then that female who was, you understood to be the driver of the car, asked you to sit up, and you didn't sit up. And then a different officer came to the door and you sat up. Is that correct?
No, I don't think the other officer that came to the door asked me to sit up. She just came over and stood next to the door, and then I sat up. I think right before I sat up, I asked why I was being arrested and if there was a crime related to laying down in squad cars.
Okay. And this officer, different officer that came to the door, that was a female?
Yes, that was a female.
Okay, and you said she had a sweet demeanor?
Well, not as the first woman that yelled "sit up" seemed to be talking to me like I was a criminal, and the other one that walked up sort of looked at me like I was, I don't know, her son.
Okay. You thought she was looking at you very...
She seemed very maternal.
Okay, what about her made it seem like she was maternal?
she looked at me with concerned eyes, like genuinely concerned of what was happening, and I don't remember that it was concerned or genuinely concerned eyes, but I remember feeling like she was genuinely concerned, and we went on to talk about the how do you say it, the accessories or the gear that Henderson officers use, and we talked about the police academy, and we went on to talk about their AR-15s, the officers' AR-15s. I suggested that they were too short.
Okay. So I'm clear, when you said, is it a crime to lay down in the squad car, was that just sort of to anybody who was listening, or was that to a specific officer?
It had to be to a specific officer because it was right after she suggested that I had to sit up. Yeah.
Okay, and then that's when the officer with the concerned eyes came over to the window and started to talk to you.
Yes.
Okay, and you talked about AR-15s and how they were too short.
As part of the conversation went for somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes.
Okay, and then what happened?
At some point I suggested to I think she was a detective in the white shirt with the black Kevlar vest and the badge hanging around her neck. I suggested to her that I could help Philip come out of his house if they let me talk to him.
How did you think you could get Philip to come out of his house?
My intention was to tell Philip that I was handcuffed as a result of the incident on the street, and that the officers would let me out of handcuffs and go on my way if he came out of his house. I think
sorry.
that would have, I think his concern for me would have made him come out of the house. And the officer in charge, the one that told me he was the officer in charge, mentioned that he didn't see any reason for me to go to jail, and that if I can tell him as much as possible about Philip White, he had said this before he went to the squad car, if I can tell him as much as I know about Philip White, then he doesn't see any reason for me to go to jail.
Did you offer to go help Philip come out of his house before this officer said he didn't see a reason for you to go to jail?
Well, I never offered to go go like physically to Philip's house, but I wanted to help them make a phone call to sort of de-escalate the situation.
What were your exact words about this offer?
It'd be better referenced in the video, but I believe when I talked to the commanding officer, I said, if it helps my situation any, I'll well, no, that was in response to something. He said, can you tell us as much as you know about Philip White? And I said, sure, I'll tell you as much as you want to know, as long as if it helps my situation any. And I think that's the moment he uncuffed me and said, I don't see any reason for you to go to jail. And then he asked me, does Philip own a gun? Has he had any martial arts or law enforcement training? And can you explain the layout of the house?
As you are remembering this, are you remembering this from the video, or are you remembering this as it occurred to you?
Well, no, this specific conversation that I'm telling you was before the squad car video. It was when I was taken out of handcuffs and questioned by the commanding officer.
So you're not in the car when you say, if it could help my situation.
I may have restated it there about helping Philip White, but this particular conversation happened before.
Okay, so I got confused. I thought that was the next thing that had occurred after the officer with the concerned eyes had been talking to you. So this conversation where you said, if it'll help Philip White, this was before you ever got put in the squad car.
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right, so, but my question was then, what happened after the officer with the concerned eyes was talking to you for 5 or 10 minutes? What's the next thing you remember?
All right, so I mentioned to her that I could call Philip. I mentioned to her also, in addition to, so we keep this straight, that I could call Philip to help him come out of his house, and then I said, can you tell the commanding officer that, or can you tell your sergeant that? I may have said, and she said, sure, I'll be right back. And she closed the door, and about 30 seconds later, the car I was in started driving away.
Okay. The 2 times that you, is it just 2 times? I guess one time when you're standing outside and you offer to call Philip to get him to come out of the house, and then the other time when the officer with the concerned eyes, 2 times where you said that?
Yeah, I don't think there were more.
Okay.
There may have been a 3rd time that I asked when I was outside of the car, but those are the 2 that stand out.
Why didn't you offer that when the officer called you and you're still standing in your house?
At that point, it was only a conversation about the officers wanting to occupy my home for tactical advantage. So it really didn't come up. There was the question of, can we occupy your home? Are you sure we can't occupy your home? And then, okay, thanks, and then he hung up.
So you didn't offer at that time to try to get Philip out of his house?
No, I did not. It didn't occur to me to offer that as a remedy.
Okay, but it did once you were handcuffed.
Well, the situation seemed to be escalating by the minute as far as what the police were doing to the citizens. So I thought that maybe I should step in as a tool or a remedy so that they didn't break down anyone else's door and shoot them.
Okay. Why don't we go ahead and take a break?
The time is now 1:06 p.m. We are off the record. 53 p.m. We are back on the record.
Mr. Mitchell, we just had a lunch break. Do you have any changes to your earlier testimony?
No.
Okay. Before we broke for lunch, we were talking about you being put back in the squad car, and then at some point you said the car drove off. Can you tell me then, were you taken to the jail?
Not immediately. We pulled over for a brief time, and I said, aren't we going to book me in? And then we continued to go to the jail.
Okay. And then you were booked into the jail?
Yeah, on the way into jail, 3 or 4 male officers walked out and asked if I was going to be violent, I think were their words. And I said I would know better than she would.
3 or 4 officers asked if you were going to be violent?
Well, there were a group of 3 or 4 officers and the question came out, but I don't think they all said it at the same time.
Were they officers in from the jail, or?
Yes.
Okay. And somebody of those 3 or 4 officers asked if you were going to be violent?
They may have said combative.
What was do you remember the exact words?
No, I do not.
Were they asking you, or?
They were asking the driver of the vehicle.
Okay. And then you said, well, I would know better than her?
I did, because she first stated in a roundabout way that I may be combative, so I wanted to clear things up with them so that we didn't have another incident with me being shot or knees on my back.
Okay. And then you were taken into the jail and booked?
Yes. During booking, they, I don't know, treated me like a terrorist. They had one officer on each side of me with their knee pressed into my leg so I couldn't move, and then one officer behind me holding my handcuffs before they were removed, and then an officer in front of me. And they removed my boots for me rather than having me remove them, and they took it one leg at a time. And as I took off, as my right boot was removed, they would stand on my left foot and place their knee up against my knee so that I couldn't raise that leg. And it just seemed very excessive. They repeated the same procedure on the other foot.
Okay, and at some point you were placed in a cell.
Yes.
A one-man cell or multiple, or what was it?
It was a one-person cell where the toilet and the sink are connected.
And you had a phone in there,
No, I did not.
but you made some calls during the day, right?
Yes.
And how was that?
A female officer came and suggested that she would give me a moment to make a phone call. And that was around the time that they brought me food and fruit punch. Might have been Kool-Aid. And then when they brought me out, I continued to eat my food next to the phone bank for about an hour, hour and a half. I got a refill on my Kool-Aid while I was at the phone.
Okay, and so you made a number of calls there while you were next to the phone bank?
Yes.
And who all did you call?
I remember calling my mom and a criminal defense attorney.
And you heard your mom testify yesterday, correct?
Yes.
And she talked about receiving a couple of calls from you while you were in jail.
Yes.
She thought you were bored.
Well, I wasn't having a good time, and I had I don't know if they were paying attention to me while I was at the phone bank, but I was able to place multiple calls, and it was better than sitting in my cell alone.
Did you call? Who is Peter Garriano?
He's a special investigator for the city of Henderson.
And you tried to call him?
Right. He did not answer the call, and I later found out he returned the call on my cell phone and explained why.
Okay. Okay. And then who is Keith Kopech?
That's a guy I grew up with. I think I met him when I was 12, about 12, maybe 14. And sometime around when he was 18 or 19, he joined the Army. And I wasn't able to join the Army, so we separated at that time. And before that, we hung out all the time.
And you called him from jail?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also said, I think you said you called a criminal defense attorney as well?
Yes.
How many phone calls do you think you made total while you're in the jail next to the phone bank?
I don't know. I would say more than 5 and less than 10, but I don't know.
Who was the criminal defense attorney you called?
I don't remember his name.
Did you call that person so you could arrange to get bail?
All right. When I was talking to my brother on the phone, I got a number to criminal defense attorneys, and then I called one of those numbers, and that's why I don't really have a trail of who it was.
Okay, and so did you also call your brother while you were in jail?
Yes.
And which one's that?
Brian.
Brian. Okay.
I think while I was on the phone with my mother, I talked to my other brother, James, about my medicine.
Okay. And did you ask James to bring your medicine?
I believe so.
Did you fill out a grievance form to get your medicine as well?
Yes.
Okay.
And I believe at the bottom of the grievance form I requested additional grievance forms.
Did you fill out the grievance forms before or after you called James?
I don't remember.
Was your medicine brought to the jail?
I found out later when I was released that it had been brought to the jail, and although I'm not sure if my mother told me that the medicine was being brought while I was on the phone with her, but I'm sure. No, I'm not. I was going to say I'm sure that I asked James to bring it, but I'm not 100% on that either. But ultimately, it was brought to the jail and then given to me upon release.
Okay, so when you were released from the jail, you had your medicine with you then?
Yes.
Okay. And when were you released from the jail?
Approximately 9:30.
9:30 p.m.
Plus or minus 30 minutes.
But 9:30 p.m.?
Yes.
On the same day that you were arrested?
Yes.
Okay. How long were you in jail then, approximately?
From around between 11 and noon, I think I was brought to the jail and then released after we posted bond between 9 and 10. So be 9 to 10 hours total.
Okay. When you got booked in the jail, when was the last time you had had your medication?
The night before on, I don't know, maybe around 10, 11? It was before bed.
Okay, sorry. Let me find this. All right, let's have this marked as Exhibit E. Mr. Mitchell, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit E to this deposition. I'll represent to you that this is Plaintiff Anthony Mitchell's objections and answers to Defendant City of North Las Vegas's interrogatories. And if you would, turn to page 28 of this exhibit and tell me whose signature that is there.
There's my signature and then a notary's signature.
Okay. All right. And to be clear, these are interrogatory responses that you reviewed to prepare for today's deposition.
In part, I didn't read them completely, but I do remember contributing to their production.
Okay. If you would turn to page 13. In interrogatory number 10, about halfway down at line 12, says, state whether you were taking any medication or pills, prescribed or not, legal or not, within 24 hours prior to the accident or incident. If so, state the time and place of ingestion, type and amount of medication so ingested, the names and addresses of all persons present at the time of the ingestion of such medication, if prescribed by a physician, the name and address of such physician, and if not prescribed by a physician, how such medications were obtained by you, in the names of addresses of each person or entity from which you obtained them. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, and then your response starts at line 22, and it says, and I hope I'm not saying this incorrectly, topiramate, is that how you say it?
Well,
topiramate?
Sometimes I pronounce it topiramate, like I mentioned earlier, but I think it's topiramate.
Topiramate? Okay. And so your answer says topiramate 50 milligrams taken the night prior to the incident, ingested at approximately 12 p.m. I just wanted to ask about that. 12 p.m. is noon, right?
Oh, no, midnight is what I meant. If it's supposed to be, is that a.m.?
That would be a.m., right? So that's why I wanted to ask.
Okay, because, yeah, we said taken the night before, but then if it's 12 p.m., that's not night, so that doesn't go together.
Okay, and then you just said that you believe you took your medication the night before, around 10 or 11 before you went to bed.
After I answer this, can I have a tissue because my nose is kind of running?
Yeah, we'll grab one right now.
My food had some cayenne pepper in it, so. Can you read back that question?
So the question is that earlier you'd said that you had the medication about 10 or 11 p.m. I'm just trying to nail down the time, but it was before you went to bed. As you sit here now, do you recall when the last medication was that you took before the incident?
It would be the night before the incident, around my bedtime, and I was approximating my bedtime at 12 p.m., but again, it could have been earlier at 10 or 11, but it was, I'd lean more toward 11 between the span of 10 to midnight.
Okay, so sometime between 10 and midnight was when you had the last dose of medication.
Yes.
Okay, and earlier today you said that you're supposed to take the medication twice a day.
Yes.
Okay, and at the time in July 2011, were you supposed to take it twice a day?
Yes.
Okay, and you also told me earlier today that you would normally take it when you would wake up.
Well, yes, right before bed and then immediately after waking up are the times that you are supposed to take it.
Okay, and why didn't you take it when you woke up on the day of the incident?
My first thought after waking up was why are the police wailing their sirens in front of my home, and what could my father have called multiple times about?
So why didn't you take your medicine then when you got up?
Well, normally that's my first thought when I wake up, but this particular day my first thought when I was waking up was why are police wailing their sirens in front of my home, and why did my dad call multiple times?
And so why didn't you take your medicine that day?
There was a lot going on that day, and before I had a chance to take my medication, the police broke in my home without a warrant and shot me with pepper balls while I was lying down.
Well, you told me earlier that after you went outside and yelled at the police that you went back in and took a shower.
I'm sorry, after I was...
After you were awakened, you went back outside and told the police to shut their sirens off. You testified earlier that you went back in and took a shower.
Yes.
Okay. You could have taken your medication at the time that you took your shower.
I could have.
Why didn't you take it then?
I don't know.
And then after your shower, I think you worked out for a little bit?
Yeah, I didn't have any weights or workout equipment set up. I did some push-ups and maybe some dips like pressing down, but I was using, I don't know, maybe the edge of the bathtub to do dips. It was all a workout in my bathroom.
You could have taken your medication while you were doing the workout or after the workout?
Yeah, I could have.
Why didn't you take it?
I don't know if I could have taken it during the workout, but it was certainly, well, I guess I could have during the workout. I don't know why.
And you were released about 9:30 p.m. that night?
Yes.
And your medicine was given to you, by then, at least by the time you were released, you had your medicine with you?
Yes.
And did you take your medicine then as soon as you got out of jail?
I took it, I might have taken it in the car ride from jail to my parents' house, or once I got to my parents' house. It was in that time period. That's a span of about 15 minutes.
So the only dose you missed was the morning dose before the incident occurred.
Yes.
Okay, let's have this marked as F. Mr. Mitchell, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit F to this deposition. It's Plaintiff Anthony Mitchell's objections and answers to Henderson defendant's first set of interrogatories. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, and if you turn to page 20 of this document and tell me whose signature that is.
That's my signature, the notary's signature, and my attorney's signature.
Okay, and to be clear, this is the other response to interrogatories that you reviewed to prepare for your deposition today.
In part, I read about half of it.
Okay, all right.
I've read all of it before, maybe a month or two ago. I'm not sure.
Okay, but to prepare for your deposition, you read about half of this.
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to turn your attention to page 2 of this document of Exhibit F, where it starts interrogatory number 1.
Okay.
And interrogatory number 1 says, state the basis for the $5,500 special damages you are claiming as set forth in your voluntary disclosures pursuant to FRCP 26A, including but not limited to the exact calculation of the damages and how you computed the same. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And the response to interrogatory number 1, your response begins on line 23, and it says, special damages, bail bondsman fees for Anthony and Michael Mitchell of approximately $300. The bail bondsman fees, who posted bail for you?
Well, my dad posted bail. I remember the fee being closer to the $637 or somewhere around $600 because I had 2 charges against me and my dad had 1 charge, and so my bail was almost twice the amount of his, and I think it was more than $300 out of pocket.
Was that amount returned to you ever?
Well, no, my dad posted the bond, and the fee, from what I learned back in bail agent class, the 15% fee is not refundable.
Okay, so are you aware? Well, let me ask this: was the bond eventually exonerated?
I don't specifically know what exonerated means. But
Okay, were the charges dismissed against you?
They were dismissed with prejudice.
Okay, and so then what happened to the bond that had been posted?
Initially, after the charges were dismissed, we brought that paper, my father and I brought that paper to the bail bonds office, and they said that they needed a different paper because I think it was dismissed with prejudice in court, but it wasn't filed as dismissed with prejudice. So it took somewhere between 1 to 3 months to get the car title back, or the truck title back that was on file as collateral.
Okay, whose car title or truck title was used to obtain bail?
My dad's.
Okay, but somebody got the title back.
Yes.
Okay, and was there any amount that was returned to you, cash amount that was returned from what you had to give the bail bondsman company?
No.
Okay, and who actually paid it? Your father?
Yes, my father, well, it may have, it was organized while we were in jail, but ultimately it came from my father's bank account.
Okay, in other words, you weren't out of pocket for bail.
Well, insofar as I had to work with my father to earn money after the fact, and I wasn't actually paid money. I was living with him and sharing expenses in the household. So, me and him worked together toward the repayment, but it came out of money that he already had.
Okay. The next page on page 3 continues with the damages, and it says special damages, home repair expenses in the amount of approximately $950 for the door destroyed by police. That is your door at 367 Evening Side? Is that what that's referring to?
Yes, that's the door that the police broke down before they shot me with pepper balls.
And your dad repaired that?
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't actually pay your dad for that?
Well, again, I was working with him after the fact, but and contributing to the total expenses of his household. But at the time that he repaired the door, that came out of funds that he already had.
Okay, and you heard him say that he estimated what he thought the labor was worth that he did to fix your door?
Yes.
Okay, and then the next one on line 7 says special damages, legal fees in the amount of $3,000 paid for the services of Anthony Mitchell's criminal defense attorney. Did I read that correctly?
I wasn't following along exactly, but yes, it sounds correct.
Okay, and was that $3,000, was that the total fee that you owed the criminal defense attorney?
No.
Okay, but $3,000 was actually paid?
Yes.
Okay, and was it paid by you or your dad?
My dad or my mom wrote the check, and they got half of it from my uncle, and then we worked together after the fact. Yeah, I think both my uncle and my father would suggest that I owe them that money back, but my uncle's no longer alive.
Okay, all right. And then the number 4 at line 9 says medical bills in the amount of approximately $1,250 to Dr. Alex Janda for treatment of Anthony Mitchell's lower back pain. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, now, is that something else that your father or your parents paid Dr. Janda?
No, that turned into a medical lien.
Okay, and Dr. Janda, was he treating you, this $1,250, was he treating you for something that came out of the incident?
Yes, my back hurt immediately after the incident, and I went to Dr. Janda, and he would never adjust my neck because of my seizures. He didn't want to pop it, so he would use this little like spring-loaded trigger mechanism to adjust my neck, but he did softly adjust my back and put a TENS machine on my back and alternated hot and cold every other visit. I preferred hot.
Was Dr. Janda a chiropractor?
Yes.
Okay, and how many visits did you have with him to treat the back pain from the incident?
How many visits?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know exactly. I would say more than 10.
Okay, and was the pain gone after those 10 visits?
No, but I asked him if it could be a medical lien, but I still didn't have an attorney at the time, so I felt bad to keep utilizing his services, using his assistance time to attach the TENS machine on me, and his nurses waiting on me, because it's a private practice that he shares with 3 other chiropractors, and I mean I've I've grown up around a small business. I didn't think it was fair to continue seeing him without paying him, and I didn't know how long that would be or if I would get an attorney to take the case at that point.
So you're saying the pain was not gone after 10 or so visits to him?
Right.
Okay. Do you still have pain today?
I've had, my lower back's never been the same, but I've come up with other remedies, usually keeping my back straight, not doing excessive physical activity. And it's not as bad as it was immediately after. At one point I thought it might be adrenal glands that, like, because of what happened, like now my adrenal glands weren't properly functioning, because they're right at your lower back also, but I can't be certain.
Now, you had seen Dr. Janda before this incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and how long had you seen Dr. Janda before this incident?
I don't know how long in duration the sessions were, if that's what you're asking, but how long in a time period before this. I saw him when I was 17 or 18. I was in an auto accident with Keith when somebody T-boned us, and they had minimal insurance, so there was a limited time that I could see. I don't know if that was the reason, but there was some limitation to how long I could see Dr. Janda at that time.
Okay, so sometime when you were 17 or 18, you were in an auto accident and somebody T-boned you?
They hit us as a T-bone, but they were in the left-hand lane. I was in the lane to go straight, and the light was green. His turn signal, or his turn arrow was red, and he wanted to pull out and go straight rather than left. So I was going straight, and he turned and hit me to join the straight lane, and then it tipped my car up on two wheels, and I steered to correct it, and then steered back and went over the median, and then eventually came back in my lane, and that's how it happened.
Okay, but you suffered, what kind of pain did you suffer from that auto accident?
Initially lower back pain and some neck pain.
And how long did you treat, how much time did pass when you treated with Dr. Janda as a result of that auto accident?
I don't know. I want to say between 2 and 6 months total.
And how many visits was that?
I would approximate it between 10 and 30 visits.
Okay. Was your lower back pain and neck pain gone by the end of those 10 to 30 visits with Dr. Janda?
Yes.
Okay. And then you had played football in, was it high school?
Never for any team. There were times that I played like catch with my friends. Sometimes it would involve touch or tackle in the grass area. Only when I was in 8th and 9th grade.
I had read in your medical records, so I want to see if this sounds familiar, but I read in your medical records that you had your first seizure a couple weeks after you had some sort of head injury playing football.
I think my mom was with me at the office when we told that to the doctor, because she was more concerned about me doing any sort of tackle or athletics ever since I had seizures in 9th grade. But she asked me, is there any drugs or alcohol or anything that could have contributed to my first seizure in 9th grade? And what I told her was, that I fell down and I didn't fall down, I was tackled and I hit the back of my head. This could have been a reason. And so she just mentioned all these possible reasons to my first neurologist and my second neurologist and then my current neurologist. And
Okay, did you ever have any treatment for any injuries out of being tackled at that time, right before you had that first seizure?
No.
Okay. Did you have any back or neck pain from that being tackled?
Well, immediately it hurt my head, but that went away overnight. So I didn't think of it as an injury. I just mentioned it as a possibility to my mom, and she, I think, that stuck with her.
Okay. And so when you were treating with Dr. Janda as a result of this incident, did you stop treating with him because you could no longer afford to pay him?
At the incident arising out of the officers kneeling on my back?
Yeah, the
Or
reason we're
prior?
here today, right?
Okay.
Sorry.
The reason we're here today.
Yeah, I stopped paying him because he's what I consider to be a small business, and I hadn't yet found an attorney to take my case, and the bill was getting pretty high.
Okay, but to be clear, it's not that Dr. Janda said I can't do anything further for you. It's that you stopped going.
Right.
Okay. Was there any other medical treatment that you required as a result of this incident involving the police in July 2011?
None that I remember going to.
Okay. Has anyone ever told you that you required any psychological counseling or mental health treatment as a result of this incident in July 2011?
No. I think one time my dad suggested that he might see a counselor or somebody to help him forget. He may have suggested that we go as a family. I'm not sure.
Okay, but no medical professional ever said you need to get some sort of psychological or mental health evaluation or treatment as a result of this?
No, the only no.
Okay. If you could turn to interrogatory number 2, which is on page 3, and it says, state the basis for the $900,000 general damages you are claiming as set forth in your voluntary disclosures pursuant to FRCP 26A, including but not limited to the exact calculation of the damages and how you computed the same. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Then if you look at your response, there's a number of calculations here based on criminal statutes. Did you come up with those numbers and those criminal statutes?
With the assistance of my attorney, we compiled this list and figured, had the officers been civilians, these would be the crimes that they would be charged with and the associated fees and fines.
Okay. And did you actually look up those statutes yourself?
I've referenced the paragraphs that states what the crime involves, and I felt that those should be associated with the case and what the officers did.
So, but you looked up the statutes yourself?
Like in a separate location, because I looked them up on here and then read through the paragraphs to determine whether they were, because I think the statute defines itself here as well as in a NRS dictionary. So I read through these.
Okay, so you read through these that your attorney prepared and then agreed with it and signed it?
Yes.
Okay, you didn't actually go to the statute books, double check to see that's what it said or anything like
Well,
that?
no, there could be more statutes, or more crimes that the officers committed that day, but I was agreeing to limit it to this.
Okay, but to be clear, you didn't look up, for instance, Nevada Revised Statutes 205.060 subsection 4 and see that there was a potential fine of that amount?
I didn't verify the accuracy of the wording of these NRSs, but I believe that my attorney would cite them properly.
Okay. Are you making a lost wage claim as a result of this incident?
I don't think I am.
Okay. So you're not alleging that you lost any wages or anything like that as a result of this incident?
I don't think I am.
Okay. All right. Why don't we go ahead and change the tape real quick before I go to a separate section.
The time is now 2:32 p.m. We are off the record. The time is now 2:39 p.m. We are back on the record.
Let's have this marked as next in order, the Exhibit F.
This one is G.
This one would be G then. Here's another. All right, showing you what's been marked as Exhibit G to this deposition, Mr. Mitchell. This is a transcript of a voicemail message. Earlier, you mentioned a voicemail message from someone who identified themselves as Officer William Berry, or I guess he goes by Bill. Do you remember talking about that earlier?
Yes.
Okay. And this transcript on page 3 is a very short transcript, and begins at line 2, and it says, "Hey Anthony, this is Officer William Berry, Bill. I'm down here as a C&T negotiator, and I need to talk to you about Philip if you can give me a call. And we'd like to get you to come out of your house so we can clear the area safely. Give me a call back at 858-7153, 858-7153. Thanks." Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you read that correctly.
Now, when was the first time you actually heard that voicemail message?
After my release from jail, I heard that message.
When did you notice that it was on your phone?
After I was released from jail.
Okay. Is it your testimony then that as you were looking at your phone and taking pictures and talking to everyone else, you didn't notice that you had a voicemail on your phone?
Right.
Did you have an iPhone at the time?
I did. iPhone 3. I don't know if it was the later version of the 3 or the original 3.
Okay. Would you agree with me that on this message they asked you to come out of your house so they could clear the area safely?
That's what the voicemail said, but I didn't receive that call. Any calls that I received from the police, which was one, I answered that day. And the officer chose to end the call. So I would have answered this if I saw this call.
You would have called back that number if you had heard the voicemail?
I don't know if I would have called him back. I may have. I'm not sure what I would have done that day, but I certainly would have answered if I saw this call. I believe it came in while I was either on the phone or doing something, but I think it was a cell tower issue.
I'm sorry, why do you think it was a cell tower issue?
Well, because the voicemail logged, after I got out of jail and I saw that I had this voicemail, it had a logged time of when, I believe when I was still in possession of my phone, but I never got a notification of that, or of a voicemail or a missed call.
But if you had heard this, do you think you would have called the number back?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Let's have this marked as Exhibit H. Mr. Mitchell showing you what's been marked as Exhibit H to this deposition. It's a document that's Bates labeled COH 380 all the way to 387, and it is a transcript of a voicemail message. Have you ever seen this particular document?
I know I've heard this voicemail. I'd have to go through and see if it lines up to what I remember, but I don't know that I've read this transcription.
Why don't you go ahead and read it right now?
Okay.
Do you remember getting this voicemail?
I saw this voicemail after I was released from jail.
Okay, so you saw the one from Officer Berry and you saw this voicemail as well?
Right. Both voicemails were on my phone when I left the jail. This particular one is from Officer Peter Garriano with Henderson.
That was going to be my next question. Do you know who this is? Because this caller didn't identify themselves on the voicemail.
That may have been intentional because he has training as an officer, and he was probably covering himself in case the voicemail was ever turned over. And he hints at that in here when he says he didn't answer the securist phone calls. I'll explain why to you when you get out. He didn't want his voice to be recorded or people to know it was him saying certain things.
Well, you have caller ID, right?
Well, I knew him. I called his cell phone number, and we had private conversations a number of times.
He left you this voicemail.
Right.
And you saved it.
Yes, I saved it.
Okay. But you remember this being from Peter Garriano?
Yes.
Is he a friend?
He was at the time.
Okay.
I was also contributing. I contributed, I would say, in excess of $10,000 at one point to his run for Las Vegas constable in the election, and helped put up billboards and signs for him.
You raised money, or you gave him $10,000 for his campaign?
Well, I didn't give it to him, but his political campaign. I don't know if you consider that a donation, but yeah,
A political contribution?
yes,
Okay, a $10,000 one?
not all at once. It was in like 1,000 here, 1,000 there, as the campaign needed it.
Okay, but that was from you personally for his campaign?
Yes,
Okay. And $10,000, that's the maximum that you can give someone when they're running for a general election?
I don't know. But some of it was in like personal purchases that were associated with the campaign, and some of it was in like direct funds paid to the campaign. So we talked one time at me approaching my limit, so then I just contributed labor and posted up my own signs without paying through his campaign.
Okay.
So it may have been more than 10,000.
Okay, so you do consider him a friend. You tried to get him elected as well.
Yes.
Okay. And then on line 10, he says in this voicemail, but next time, my friend, you're smarter than that. When they tell you to get out, and then deal with it later. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you read that correctly.
What was he meaning by that?
I'm not sure what he meant. It sounds like he was telling me that I should have gotten out when they tell me to get out. However, he must have had misinformation from within the police department because they didn't tell me to get out. They requested to occupy my home for tactical advantage.
He's telling you in this voicemail, when the police tell you to get out, then get out. Would you agree with me?
It says that.
Okay. Let's have both of these marked next. So what are we on? I and J. We'll make this I. And we'll make this J. Okay, Mr. Mitchell, you have, you can stack all these up and put them aside. I'm just going
Doing
to ask
my
you about I
best.
and J right now.
All right.
Okay, I was just trying to clear it for you a little. Okay, so Exhibit I and J, I put them both in front of you right now because I wanted to ask you questions about both. We had a reference to this the other day when your father was being deposed. And he had testified, if you remember, he testified that he had his phone or something in his pocket, and he didn't know that it was recording his side of the conversation at the time, but then later saved that voicemail. Do you remember him testifying about that the other day?
I remember him mentioning that voicemail and who he believed it was from, but that voicemail was his cell phone in his pocket, calling my cell phone and leaving a voicemail. So the voicemail was left on my phone.
Oh, this was actually left on your phone?
Yes.
How is that possible?
Well, I was on the phone. I'm assuming this is how it happened. I was on the phone with my dad on his landline, and then his cell phone in his pocket called my cell phone that I was already on and using. And so my voicemail picked up and recorded our conversation that I was having between him and his landline.
Okay, so this recording came off of your cell phone.
Yes.
Okay, and you think that your dad had his cell phone in his pocket and it somehow dialed you.
Yes. Yesterday he mentioned that he believed he had an iPhone at the time, but he did not have an iPhone at that time. He had this red phone that may have been a slide phone or had the numbers on the face, but it was pre-iPhone. Because I'm always just a little bit ahead in technology. Like I have an iPhone 6 right now and he has a 4. So when I had an iPhone 3, he did not have an iPhone.
So what kind of phone do you think he had at the time?
It was like a red, I don't want to speculate as to brand. It might be a Nokia slide phone or I don't think it's a slide. It would be a flip phone or a solid phone with numbers on the face.
You don't remember what kind of phone he had?
I remember it was red.
You don't know if it was a flip phone or a solid phone?
I don't remember that.
The reason I'm asking, Mr. Mitchell, is, if there's actual buttons that he has to dial to get to you, that's a lot of buttons that have to be dialed to accidentally call your voicemail. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
Yeah, that would be a lot of buttons, but it probably went from his previous call list and it was like the one button return call because we had talked on his cell phone before that. I think we talked on his cell phone, or it would be a phone book message. So his phone book would auto dial because I'm sure my number was saved in his phone.
Well, let me be clear. This message was on your phone.
Yes.
And
I don't think I saw this voicemail until I was out of jail either.
Okay. And so this was another voicemail that was on your phone when you got released from jail.
Yes.
You didn't notice this one either during the incident.
I think there were cell phone issues in the area or something. Yeah, I had voicemails. I think the Garriana one was left while I was in jail, so there's reason for me not to have seen that call come in. But the one between CNT leaving a voicemail and then my father's pocket voicemail on my phone, I didn't get notifications of those until I was released from jail.
Okay. But it's fair to say, I guess, you have no idea how your father managed to get this onto your phone, but it was on your phone.
Well, I know it came from his cell phone, from the records. And he's pocket dialed me before this. When you sit down and it calls your previous caller, that's happened to him a number of times. So I just assume it was another episode like that.
Okay. All right. And then you, this transcript, this Exhibit I, has some highlights on it. And it's my understanding that you did these highlights. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then just to compare Exhibit I with Exhibit J, you have added in on Exhibit J your side of the conversation that you remember.
It's actually before I ever received a copy of your transcript. Before I ever received I created J for my attorney.
Okay.
At his request. He requested that I listen to the voicemail. Try to.
Objection, Anthony, don't mention the content of our communications, okay?
Okay. So to be clear, Exhibit J was created before you saw Exhibit I.
Yes.
Okay. And was Exhibit J created by you totally typing it out?
I was in collaboration with my attorney. I believe I first typed out Mike's side, and then he requested that I type out my side. If that's not testifying to
Okay,
attorney.
and so, but then what I'm trying to understand is you listened to the recording and you filled out what you thought was being said on the voicemail.
Yes, I had to go through the voicemail a number of times.
Okay, and then you went back and filled in what you thought was your side of the conversation that wouldn't have been recorded.
Right.
Okay, all right, that's what I'm trying to get at. And then Exhibit I has some highlights on here, and these are things that you think are, somewhat inaccurate, I guess, from what your transcript was.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, let's look at your transcript, Exhibit J. Okay, and you have this starting at 10:19 a.m. Is that when you think you were on the phone with your father and this voicemail got recorded?
I believe so. I believe I was going off of phone records and what I recall that day.
Okay. And then so your statements are in bold with Anthony, and then your dad's statements that you believe you heard on the transcript, or excuse me, that you heard on the tape or the recording is written underneath where it says Michael.
In the non-bold font, yes.
In the non-bold. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Okay, I'd like you to turn to the second page of this. They're not really page numbers, so if you could just turn to the second page. All right, and it starts where you wrote here, Anthony, no, I'm not kidding, but I'm staying right here taking my evidence pictures. Do you remember telling your dad, I'm staying right here taking my evidence pictures?
No, I was trying to guess the context.
Oh, so that...
based on the time between when he was speaking and the photos associated to around that time, but I don't think I ever used the words evidence pictures.
Okay. So when you typed this up where it says, Anthony, no, I'm not kidding, but I'm staying right here taking my evidence pictures, that was a guess as to what you might have said in between the two things that you heard on the recording?
My best guess is that I said I was taking photos, and those photos turned out to be evidence pictures. So I wouldn't say it's 100% accurate. It's a guesstimate.
So you don't, but the point is, you don't remember what you said to your dad in response to whatever you thought you were hearing on the voicemail.
I can't be certain about what was said.
Okay. Are these all guesses?
No, my dad's part I can make out. And if we played the tape along with the transcript, his part is exact, and there might be a slight error between like R and here or something like that, but some words that are very similar. But I could make out what he was saying on the tape.
Okay, so you think that the words attributed to him in this document, Exhibit J, are completely correct?
Or almost complete.
Okay.
Almost completely, so as
But
close
the
as we can
ones, okay, but the ones attributed to you are guesses.
get. Yeah, those are guesses because I wasn't recorded on that pocket voicemail.
Okay. All right. Well, then let's turn down to halfway down where it says, "Yeah, you need one of those." Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you read that for me?
Can I not say the expletive?
No, I'd like you to read it for me.
Yeah, you need one of those fucking sunscreens on your fucking windows. Then, motherfucker, you ought to go in your bedroom. Cough, cough. Your front bedroom, they can't see you.
What did your dad mean by that?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think he meant that I should, I think he cusses when he gets nervous first, but so I didn't associate that to him actually believing that I had sex with my mother, but him saying, motherfucker, you ought to go in your bedroom, your front bedroom, they can't see you, was when I told, I think either when I told them they were pointing at me or when they were pointing a rifle at me.
Was your father telling you to get in another room where the police could not see you? Right, his words were, your front bedroom, they can't see you. I think he was suggesting that my front bedroom had a sunscreen, and therefore they wouldn't see the photos they wouldn't see that I was taking photos from a room where they couldn't see me. So is your dad suggesting that you go to another room where the cops couldn't see you, but you could still take photos?
Well, yeah, he was suggesting that I, because the cops seemed concerned with themselves being photographed, he suggested that I go somewhere where they would no longer know that they were being photographed.
But that way you could still take them?
Yes.
Okay. Were you texting these photos to anybody that day?
No.
If you go to the very last page of Exhibit J, there's a comment that is attributed to your father, and it's right before the picture that you inserted here. You inserted these photos, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this line is actually very similar to the transcript that's Exhibit I, if you want to compare. Your transcript says, I don't know, D-U-N-N-O, why that dude would go to point. And the transcript at Exhibit I says, I don't know why that dude would go to point. Would you agree with me there? They're very similar.
I can't find it on
I'm sorry, it's page 2, lines 10 and 11 on Exhibit I.
Okay, yeah, I didn't highlight those as errors.
And that's because they're very similar in your mind about what you heard on the recording.
Well, yeah, they're very similar, but I think he was partway through a sentence. He doesn't speak well when he's nervous. He sometimes misses words. I think he meant, I don't know why that dude pointed his rifle, because that would have been the first and only time he ever said go to point.
Yeah, what does that mean, go to point?
I assume now that it was, the man was pointing his rifle at Philip's house.
So what did your dad mean when he said, I don't know why that dude would go to point?
Object to the foreign cause for speculation.
I believe he would have meant that a man had raised his rifle. That dude specifically had raised his rifle and pointed it at somebody.
Were you encouraging Philip at all to stay inside his house?
No.
Did you think he had more rights inside his house than if he stepped across the threshold of his house?
Yes, I did think that.
Did you tell him that he should stay inside his house?
No, I think you just asked that question. I remember telling him what I knew about the law and search warrants and exigent circumstances that I had just learned about in the academy. And yeah, I didn't think they would ever strap bombs to his door and garage and blow up his home.
What do you remember telling him about the law and exigent circumstances?
I don't remember specifically how I defined exigent circumstances, but I think I mentioned that to him, and I would have suggested that the police can't enter your home without a warrant, because that was my belief
Okay.
at the time.
And did you tell Philip that the police couldn't enter his home without a warrant that morning?
I would have explained that as a generality, that cops can't enter your homes without exigent circumstances or a warrant, and I wouldn't have advised him what path to take after that, because I was younger than him and a student of his, so I wouldn't have told him what to do.
But when you told him that police have to have a...
Object from misstating the testimony. He said that would have been something. I don't think he said that he did in fact tell him that.
Well, did you tell him that?
What?
Did you tell him that police have to have a warrant or they have to have exigent circumstances to come inside your home?
Well, I didn't specify your home, but homes, they would need a warrant or exigent circumstances. I think that's factually correct, and these officers knocking down my door and shooting me with pepper balls without a warrant or exigent circumstances is a violation of that law.
I'm going to object that the answer is still non-responsive to the question.
I agree. I'll ask it again. Did you tell Philip that the law was that the police could not enter the home without a warrant or unless they had exigent circumstances?
Yes.
And when did you tell him this?
Well, on the phone I told him that one of the phone calls with him, I mentioned that the police can't enter your home without a warrant or exigent circumstances.
And so that was one of the phone calls on the day of this incident?
Yes.
Do you remember what he said in response?
No, I do not. He mentioned at some point that he didn't know why the officers would pull a tree out of his yard, why they would harm a tree. I think he's sort of Taoist and really loves nature, and that upset him. Well, it didn't upset him, but he was concerned by it.
All right, let's have this marked as Exhibit K, and this is a packet of information here. Okay. Now get these all go in order.
Okay, it's Facebook.
Mr. Mitchell, I've handed you what's been marked as Exhibit K to this deposition, and it's a group of pages that I just stapled together. I don't know if they were meant to be together or not, but they were all produced in order, and it's produced as Mitchell 329 all the way to 339. And if you just flip through these and just kind of glance through them, because I'm going to ask you just a general question about all of these, but are all of these screenshots of postings you made from a Facebook account?
These are various news article or videos on the internet that were related to the case that it looks like I posted them. I don't remember each one specifically.
Okay, but you posted all of these news articles or videos on your Facebook account?
It looks that way from these pages. I wouldn't argue any of them.
Okay, and these are all posted approximately in July 2013.
Let me check. Yeah, they look like they're all from July, on various days in July.
In 2013?
Yes.
Okay, because earlier you told me you didn't think you were very savvy about social media at the time of this incident in July 2011.
All right, after the incident, well, in fairness, this doesn't require a very savvy skill to post a YouTube link on a Facebook. I just now know like the larger aspects of social media, like retweets and Instagram photos, and how those are used for marketing. But I didn't know that at the time. And this is about 2 years after. I would say I took life a little more seriously after the incident.
It wasn't that hard to post these up, though, on your Facebook page?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. We can swap real quick.
What? Can we just take a break?
Sure.
Yeah. The time is now 3:12 p.m. We are off the record. The time is now 3:23 p.m. We are back on the record.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mitchell. My name is Greg Bean. I represent the City of North Las Vegas as well as various officers, employees, and personnel. You've been sitting in the depositions the last couple days, so you've heard me introduce myself before. You also understand that I'm going second, so I kind of fill in blanks where I have certain questions, and it might seem sporadic, but that's just kind of the nature of depositions. Since we broke, do you have any changes to your prior testimony?
No.
Okay, take a cue from you on that one. All right, so you did some bail enforcement, and there's some other trainings that you underwent that we didn't talk about, custom protection officer training. Is that related to bail enforcement training?
Yeah, that was a training by Wackenhut
Oh, okay.
for about 1 week.
Okay. And what kind of training is that?
They stressed, what stands out in my mind, I'm not sure what the rest of it was, is they kept saying Your only job is to observe and report. Observe and report. Don't interfere, don't involve yourself in conflicts, but observe and report. And yeah, that's my understanding of the training.
Okay, and was that some training you underwent? Was that required for you to be employed by Wackenhut?
Yes, it was the first week that I worked with them.
Okay. What about OCAT that you took in 2009? Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay, what's that?
It's an acronym for something. I think the A is aerosol. I think it has to do with pepper spray.
Was that one of the courses you took to bolster your resume?
Yes, that was part of building up my resume. I believe the bail enforcement agent course gave me that certification. It was part of the 10-day course.
Okay. And you underwent a handcuffing course as well? Is that correct?
That was probably the same day as the pepper spray course.
Okay. And
what they did was just talk about pepper spray and handcuffing, and then I think they gave us a questionnaire on it, and then gave us our certificates. And
when you're working in bail enforcement, are you actually handcuffing people?
I have handcuffed people.
Okay. And that's within your authority to do as a bail enforcement person?
That's my understanding of the bail enforcement law.
Okay. Did you undergo any handcuff training when you were going through your police training?
No, we had not reached any hand-to-hand stuff. It was all academic and light exercise at that point.
Okay. Are you claiming that the incident caused you any lasting mental distress?
Well, none diagnosed, but if I were to speculate its effects on my mind today, immediately after the police broke in my door and shot me with pepper balls, I stopped trusting that, because right in society we're supposed to go outside and believe that no matter what happens to us, we have someone to call to protect us. But immediately after this incident, I no longer felt that way. And so the immediate instincts of your parents will protect you, the police will protect you. My parents couldn't stop this from happening to me. And then the cops did this to me, so I didn't know who was protecting me but myself. And I'd say that's why I looked into technology further. I've learned programming since then. I'd say I'm more aware today of what's going on around me than the day this happened.
And when you say you've looked into programming and technology, why did you take those actions?
Oh, because of the app that my brother first created. It was very successful, and I sort of wanted to try out that since I no longer was going to be a police officer.
And do you think that this incident did this incident make it so you didn't want to be a police officer anymore?
Yes, after the Nye County Sheriff's Academy, when they removed me for correcting code or correcting law, I thought, all right, maybe just Nye County isn't a good agency. And I still plan to pursue other agencies. But then after Henderson and North Las Vegas aimed their rifles at us while photographing and broke in my door and shot me with pepper balls, I didn't think that was a good career path, and that Henderson and North Las Vegas didn't obey the laws.
And when was it that you were, we'll say, released from the Nye County Police Academy?
I would estimate 4 to 6 months before the incident.
Okay. And had you made any investigation into any other police academies you could attend?
I had looked into LAPD. but they do not accept alternates, from my understanding.
What do you mean alternates?
Well, in Nye County, I was attending as an alternate, meaning that I didn't have a guaranteed job when I was out. I was to pay tuition of around $3,500 for the 6-month academy. Yeah, but they hadn't taken my payment at the time of my enrollment, so they didn't have to refund my payment 3 months in. The 3-month mark was about when they started collecting payments.
One of the reasons you cited that you were concerned that law enforcement on the day of the incident were not upholding the law was because you had seen YouTube videos of some police activity. Do you remember testifying to that?
Oh yeah, I mentioned another video that my brother filmed of Henderson SWAT throwing concussion grenades outside of my neighbor's home while I was out of town.
Any other YouTube videos that you viewed prior to the incident about police misconduct?
I mean, prior to the incident, I used to watch Cops on television, so I mean, things like that, things about arrest, and I don't know, I enjoyed watching Cops.
Anything else prior to the incident that led to your concern that law enforcement were not going to uphold the law on the day of the incident?
Not that I can think of.
Would it be fair to say that you had some skepticism in law enforcement prior to the incident?
I don't think that would be fair to say.
Would it be fair to say that you had concerns that despite there being rules and regulations, there were police out there who would not follow those rules and regulations?
Well, that sounds reasonable and like what happened in this case, that some officers didn't follow the law.
This distrust of police that you talk about, in response to my question, do you have any lasting mental distress? How has it affected your life?
Well, like I mentioned earlier, I no longer felt like I had sort of like a big brother to protect me, or parents that would keep me from harm. It was mainly that when I would ever travel by myself before, like if I went on a road trip to California or went around to shopping, if anybody were to mug me, well, first I would have self-defense on my side, but then after that, if I couldn't handle the situation, I would have a phone number to call, 911. But after the incident, I felt like that was not a number that should be called.
And have you changed any aspects of your life because you don't feel like you have a big brother watching out for you?
Well, yeah. I lived alone in a casita for about a year and rarely ever went out after the incident. But it was, I progressively shelled up more and more. Like my fear got stronger within the first couple of years, and then it started to get better. But so I moved into a casita, and I sort of just sat there and said, you know, what went wrong? What do I need to fix in my life? And spent time alone for a while.
Okay. And what did you fix in your life, or what did you determine ultimately?
I determined that trust is earned, and I should rely on myself before relying on others.
Does the fact that you don't have a big brother watching over you, does that affect your life today in any way?
I think by big brother you're referring to the police.
Yeah, I think that's the term that you used, I believe.
Yeah, so because I feel like the police aren't there to protect me, I've met some good cops since the incident and haven't had in-depth conversations, but they seem like friendly people saying hi to me at the courthouse. But your question was, has it affected me?
Does it still affect you? Do you still make changes in your life based on this fact that you don't have somewhere to turn if you're in an emergency?
Well, I think my life has deviated from my original plan of there's somebody to call in case of an emergency to only choose a path that, like I started weighing out the risks. I became more risk averse after this, and so now I do very risk averse things.
When's the last time you wanted to do something, but you said, well, I'm going to weigh the risks, I'm not going to do this because I'm not sure somebody's going to back me up in it?
Well, that's not really how I was describing calling the police, because if I was going into it, like driving to California, for instance, I did that at the end of my stay in the casita. I did that about 8 months after, and would rarely see my family. But before that, I weighed the risk. I was meeting my brother in California, which he does feel like a big brother, apart from the police not feeling like a big brother. So I would say that I weighed the risks in that, and since then I can't think of specific.
But did you go to California?
I did.
Okay. So is it that you, now when you make a decision, you weigh the risks, you might do things differently based on your past experiences, but you still do those things just in a different way?
I don't know if I do all the things or some of the things. We'd have to go through a list.
Well, can you think of things that you don't do now that you would do prior to the incident that you don't do now because of the incident?
Yeah, I don't do bail enforcement, and I don't involve myself with police activity. Like for instance, if you see something on the highway, in the middle of the highway, that's life-threatening, I used to, every time I saw one of those, I would call the police, report it. But I didn't feel this way about not calling immediately after the incident. It progressed after I was piecing together the story, after I got police reports and internal documents, the internal investigation, and the two reports that conflict, and then I would say I became more suspicious.
Prior to the incident, had you ever met with a mental health practitioner?
Yes.
Okay. When?
When applying for my bail enforcement license, I had to meet with I think he was recommended to me by the bail enforcement agent course. They recommended, I can't remember his name. And I sat down and he asked me a series of questions and said, okay, you're not crazy. You can have a bail enforcement license.
Was it like a psychological doctor?
Yeah, it was a psychiatrist. I think I had to pay $100 for the visit to make sure that I was qualified to carry a bail enforcement license.
And that was before you went to, that was before you got your bail enforcement license?
Yes.
Okay, was that here in Las Vegas?
It was Ron Zedek, actually. I remember it now.
Good memory. Do you know how to spell it?
Zedeck, I'm guessing.
And he didn't diagnose any mental issues?
No.
Okay. Have you ever taken any medication for a mental health disorder?
No.
When was the last time prior to the incident that you experienced low back pain?
Well, I don't know if seizures qualify as mental health disorder, so I've taken that medication.
Well, let's just separate that. I think that's probably more neurological.
All
so
right.
Apart from your seizure medication?
No.
Okay. When's the last time prior to the incident you experienced low back pain?
Prior to the incident, probably when I was 18 or 17, shortly after the first accident, and while I was visiting with Dr. JANETTE.
And when was that first accident? What year?
when I was 17 and I'm 29 next month, 12 years ago about. That would be 2004.
Do you remember treating with Dr. JANETTE in 2010?
Yes.
And why did you treat with Dr. JANETTE in 2010?
Well, I don't know. Was it 2010 or 2011 when this all happened?
So the incident happened in 2010.
And then shortly after,
Sorry, 2011. The incident happened in 2011. My question is, do you remember treating with Dr. JANETTE in 2010?
before the.
Correct.
Incident?
About a year before the incident.
No, I don't.
Okay. If there were medical records to that effect, would you dispute that you treated with him in 2010?
I don't remember treating with him in 2010.
Well, why don't we? I'm going to grab a record really quick from my folder.
Should we just go off the record?
The time is now 3:41 p.m. We are off the record. The time is now 3:42 p.m. We are back on the record.
All right, Mr. Mitchell, I'm going to hand you a document. I'm not going to attach it as an exhibit because all I want to see is if it helps you remember some treatment that you underwent. It's base labeled AM Meds 6, 7, and 8. And it's a treatment record from Advanced Spine and Rehabilitation. It has your name, Anthony Mitchell, and the date of 5/12/2010. Can you take a look at that and tell me, the question is, does that help you remember if you treated with Dr. JANETTE in 2010?
No, I don't remember seeing him on the stage.
Okay. You don't remember visiting with him a few times in 2010?
No.
Okay. Do you dispute the accuracy of that medical record?
I don't know how accurate his office is on that document, but
Do you dispute?
no.
Do you dispute that you actually did visit him on March 12, 2010, or you just don't remember it? May 12, 2010.
well, I don't remember it, so I don't know that I can fairly dispute it.
Does reading that document change at all your testimony about the last time prior to the incident that you experienced low back pain?
The last time that I remember experiencing back pain was shortly after the car accident when I was 17.
Have you ever been diagnosed with a chronic back condition?
I don't believe so, but the wording by the doctor, I'm not sure if he worded it that way.
Have you ever been diagnosed with a chronic neck condition?
I don't believe so.
Do you have a family doctor currently?
No.
When's the last time you visited a physician?
I met with my neurologist about 4 to 6 months ago.
Does your residual back pain, does that inhibit your daily life at all?
It was bad after the incident, got worse for a while, and then got better. I would say now I just sit upright and don't do a whole lot of physical activities, strenuous. I ride one of those hoverboards though, but I haven't fallen off.
Or started on fire. That's going to go in the transcript, unfortunately. Have you, what activities, if any, do you not participate any longer because of your back pain that you did prior to the incident?
Well, I don't do bail enforcement anymore, or security, or law enforcement.
But that's not because of your back, right?
No, it certainly changed my. It was part of the decision that or it was part that helped me make my decision no longer to pursue law enforcement was the lower back pain. I wouldn't say it was a huge contributing factor. It was more of mistrust of police violating laws and corruption within the department.
Are you sad about not being able to go into police work?
I was initially sad that that this is the state of our police departments today. But and that because of that I no longer want to join the department. But today, as I sit here, I'd say there's a different path in life for me. So my sadness has gone down.
Are you satisfied with the path in life you're taking?
Yeah, I think I'm on a good path.
When you stopped treating with Dr. JANETTE after the incident, did he tell you that he would continue treating you on a lien, even though you didn't have an attorney?
Yes.
Okay. And after you hired an attorney, you didn't go back to see Dr. JANETTE, correct?
Well, there was a break before I had got an attorney in his treatment. So I stopped seeing him before I met with an attorney, and then once I met an attorney, that's correct, I didn't go back to seek treatment because there had been a brief period of separation there, and I still to this day don't know if he's going to get paid back from this case. So.
To your knowledge, did Philip White have a history of violence?
No.
Did he ever tell you that he had been in any prior domestic disputes?
After this, so after the cops blew up his home and arrested him for domestic violence and coercion, I think was the other charge. I think the following day, when he was bailed out, he told me that he would never hit a woman because I think he slapped one when he was a teenager, maybe. And he mentioned that his mom told him to always hit someone back, even if they're a woman. And but then he slapped his girlfriend back, I think. And then I think he called the cops to have her removed from his apartment because she was violent and verbally abusive. And when the cops got there, they arrested him and I think allowed her to stay in his apartment. And he swore from that day on that his mom was wrong.
Have you ever been to an anti-police rally or event?
No.
Any anti-government rally or event?
No.
Do you own any anti-government or anti-police literature?
I have philosophy books, and they speak to how to positively act. I'd say that would be against the police departments who aren't acting positively.
What's your eBay username?
Well, it's my, a friend's eBay account that I manage. MINDERASER DL.
Mind Eraser DL.
Yes.
How much product do you estimate you sell every month?
On average, between 2,000 and 4,000 per month on eBay.
How many tactical vests did you own on the day of the incident?
3 or 4.
Where did you get all of them? I know one you got in the academy, is that right?
No, they
Or-
didn't issue anything.
Okay. One you got from a friend?
Adam Brooks, prior Henderson police officer, gave that to me as payment after we did about 5 bond revocations.
Where did you get the other 2 to 3 vests?
From trying to remember the name of the store. It was on in Chinatown on Spring Mountain. I think I can remember it. Quartermaster.
What was your purpose in purchasing the vests?
Oh, I planned to start my own bail enforcement company, and so one was a extra large for a guy I went in the bail enforcement agent course with, and I don't think he could afford his own vest or a new vest, so I got him a vest. That's why I had 2 tasers for a second individual, so that we could go out and do bail enforcement. And my purpose for training with Adam was to learn about bail so that I could then branch off and do my own company.
What did you do the night before the incident?
I believe I was at my father's house for a brief period when Philip was there, and that I left and they stayed there.
Okay. And what were Mike and Philip doing at Mike's house?
They would talk about life, talk about construction. I don't remember a specific topic, but those were like the general talking points whenever they hung out.
Okay. Do you remember what they talked about that night?
No.
How long were you over there?
Well, I was probably at my dad's house most of that day and left it around midnight.
Were Philip or Michael drinking?
I don't remember Philip drinking, but it's been said previously that Philip was drinking.
I'm just interested in your memory.
I remember my dad drinking. He drinks often.
Did Philip mention an altercation he had with his wife?
No, I don't remember him saying anything like that.
Did you ever hear Philip complain about his wife?
I think he had mentioned no. He had mentioned that they had verbal arguments before, but never anything that really stands out so that I can remember exactly what he said.
Did you have any reason to question Suzette's veracity over Philip's?
I don't understand veracity.
Truthfulness.
Well, I was closer with Phil. I didn't know Suzette very well.
Did you have any reason to question her truthfulness?
Well, I was closer to Phil, so I knew his level of truthfulness.
Okay, and I guess the question is, did you have any reason to believe that Suzette was an untruthful person?
I just felt closer to Phil, so I trusted Phil. Suzette didn't seem to be close to myself or my parents, so she wasn't on the level of trust.
Okay, so the question isn't why did you trust Philip more than Suzette? The question is, did you have any reason to doubt the truthfulness of Suzette, independent of your affiliation with Philip?
No, I don't think so.
All right, let's talk about the date of the incident. When you yelled at officers to turn off their sirens, you said you opened your door, correct?
Yes.
Did you step outside your home at all?
No.
Okay. Both feet still within your home when you yelled?
Yes.
That morning, from the time you woke up to the time officers entered your home, did you leave your home at all?
No. Unless my garage counts.
No.
Okay.
In your garage, did you have some sort of covering on the windows?
So I had some things being stored in my garage, and I had the outer border of the window covered with sort of that foil bubble stuff that's used in car window screens, because it was a pretty big window, and I was trying to reflect the heat. So that had been up since, I don't know, maybe a couple days after I moved in.
And was there a hole cut in it?
Well, no, it was 4 pieces of straight reflective material, and so I put that on the bottom, on the side, on the top, and on the left, and there was still about a 2x2 visible portion in the center.
Okay, and why did you leave a visible portion in the center?
So it's still a window, but it's partially insulated.
And so are you talking about, you're not talking about the windows in the garage door, you're talking about a separate window in the garage?
Right, I'm not sure the garage door had windows.
Okay.
But this was a window that my father and Richard Baker had installed in the house together.
Okay. And that's the window that you were observing police activity out of?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any other windows that were facing toward Philip's house?
Well, my kitchen window faced his house, but I couldn't see his house because there was another home in between mine and his. So that would be the only one that faces his and views down the street. Now, I could still only see his front yard and driveway, not his actual house.
When you first opened your door to yell at officers, how many police officers did you observe?
Well, I believe 2 and a squad car.
And those were the ones immediately in front of your home, correct?
Yes.
Did you look down the street toward Philip's house at that time?
It may have been just after that I walked in my garage and looked out of the window.
And did you see additional squad cars or police officers?
No,
Okay, so
I don't believe so.
okay. And that's the point where you went to take a shower and work out.
I think that was the moment that I went and took a shower and worked out. Yes.
Okay, so it's fair to say then when you went to take a shower, you only observed 2 officers and 1 squad car.
Yeah, I think so.
You mentioned that you tried to call Philip a couple of times and he didn't answer. Did you leave a voicemail for him?
I don't know. I may have. But I don't remember.
And I know eventually you did talk to Philip when we've talked about that conversation. On these first few times, what was your intent in trying to call Philip?
I think I wanted to get his side of the story. I had heard from my dad what was going on. I wanted to hear from Philip.
So was that for your own information?
Maybe my own peace of mind, to know that, things would be all right.
You've testified today that you were skeptical regarding the accusations of domestic violence, and part of the reason is because you trust Philip and your relationship with him. Did you know that Suzette told police that she was battered?
I had heard that Suzette claimed she was slapped. I think she claimed slapped one time. I don't know if anyone used the word battered.
Did you know at the time that officers observed redness on Suzette's face?
I did not know that at the time.
Did you make any attempts to find out any information about the alleged assault from Suzette's perspective?
I did not attempt to call Suzette.
Did you have her phone number?
I don't think so.
Did you ever ask your mom for her phone number?
No, I don't think so. I don't think my mom would have had it.
Did you do any investigation into trying to contact Suzette White or how you could have contacted her?
No,
Okay,
I don't think so.
Did you ever ask law enforcement about Suzette's side of the story?
Well, the officers, I think the commanding officer at the end of the street mentioned that I think they mentioned that Suzette said she was slapped, but I didn't ask them for further details.
You knew that Philip had weapons in his home, correct?
Well, yes, when the officer at the end of the street that ordered that I be taken out of cuffs asked me what else I knew about Philip, and if he had any weapons. I said he might have weapons, but I'm not sure. I hadn't seen any of his weapons at that point.
Prior to police entering your home, did you have any knowledge as to whether or not Philip had weapons in his home?
No.
You'd never seen a shotgun hanging on his wall?
No, I don't think there was one.
He never talked to you about firearms?
No, we had talked about firearms. We went shooting together.
Okay.
But we brought all my guns, and maybe my dad's.
So he didn't bring any of his own guns that day?
No.
Did he tell you that he had guns on that day?
I don't think so. I do remember that we didn't go shooting again because Suzette was not gun safe. That she crossed us a couple of times with the gun and pointed it at us. And I wore Kevlar that day.
Prior to officers entering your home, did you know that Philip answered the door with a knife on his person in plain view?
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence. But you can answer.
I did not know that.
You've talked today and in your interrogatories about how you felt the police were acting unusually, perplexing. You've used different words. Did you attempt to discern, prior to officers entering your home, did you attempt to discern why the police were acting in what you thought was an unusual way?
I did. I attempted that by viewing and photographing the incident.
I mean, did you ever ask police, why are you doing certain things? Why are you doing this?
I don't think I did.
And you talked with at least one officer on the phone, correct? That we've testified about today.
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't ask that officer why they were doing certain things or why they were taking certain measures?
No. At one point, my mom asked, "Why are you arresting him?" And at one point, I asked, "What are my charges?" Because I was in disbelief that my door was broken in and that I was being arrested. But I don't remember either of those questions getting answered.
After you've read all of the police reports that you have read, listened to the audio, watched the videos, is there any police conduct that you found perplexing on the date that now makes sense to you?
None of it really makes sense, but we now put together that they thought they were, I believe they thought they were calling Mike Mitchell, when they ended up calling me, and that was what we later found out. That solved a little bit of the mystery for me, but I still don't know why they would break down my door and shoot me with pepper balls and shoot my dog with pepper balls, or why they would arrest my dad after him voluntarily leaving his house at their request.
So let's just talk about prior to when police entered your home. And let's just talk about police actions towards Philip's situation. Because you've testified that you were taking pictures because you didn't understand what they were doing. They were escalating the situation, didn't think you need to be escalated. So the question is, prior to police entering your home, now that you've read all that you've read, are there any actions you believe officers took that day with respect to the situation with Philip that were perplexing at the time but are no longer perplexing to you now that you have more information?
I don't think so.
Okay. What about the presence of SWAT? Is that still perplexing to you?
Yeah, especially 3 SWAT trucks.
What about just one SWAT truck? Would that be perplexing?
Yes.
And that's based on what?
Based on Philip inviting the officers into his home and trying to de-escalate a situation, and then police escalating a situation, and then the SWAT, even one SWAT truck blowing up his home and aiming the rifles at a neighbor. If we're just talking about the one SWAT truck, that's what's perplexing to me.
You don't believe that Philip escalated the situation at all by not coming out of his home?
No.
If you want to look at Exhibit E, on page 5. So this is an answer you provided to a question asking you to describe the situation. And in the middle of the page, line 14, it says, around 10:45 a.m. I received a call from a person who identified himself as a Henderson police officer. I read that correctly?
Sorry, I was looking at you while you were reading.
That's okay. Around 10:45 a.m. I received a call from a person who identified himself as a Henderson police officer. I read that correctly?
Yes, you read that correctly.
Okay. How long did this phone call last?
I estimated around a minute.
And then you immediately called your father, correct?
Yes, I believe that's the order.
Okay. And then after you talked to your father, did you immediately try to call Philip?
I don't know how soon after that I tried to call Philip. We'd have to go to the phone records.
Okay. And you've produced that so we could see that, or we should be able to see that, how soon it was after?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Were you hoping that you could talk to Philip about the conversation you had with Henderson Police?
Well, no, that was my reason for calling my father, to let him know that I'm not sure which time this was. I think that officers were previously pointing their rifles at my dad, and now they were pointing them at me. And I'd have to see exactly which call this is, if it's when they were tearing the tree out of his front yard or when they were pointing their rifles at me.
Okay. So and the way it reads in the interrogatories, you get a phone call from Henderson, you call your dad, and then you try and call Philip. And the question is, were you hoping to talk to Philip about any portion of the conversation you had with Henderson Police?
No.
In your answer on line 15, it says, the officer told me, I'm going to ask you if you read it correctly, so you might as well look. The officer told me that police needed to occupy my home in order to gain a tactical advantage. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Police didn't use that term occupy, correct?
No, I think they said make use of.
Okay. They didn't demand that you allow them to use their home, did they?
Well, no, he told me. Not.
Okay, because today the way you've testified is a little bit different from here. You said they asked me if they could use their home. Which is correct? Did they ask you if they could use their home, or did they demand that they use your home?
They asked.
Okay, and you
They could use-
declined, correct?
Twice on that one
I'm
call.
going to object to misstating the testimony here, because what you read, it doesn't indicate that he demanded, rather that the police said they needed to occupy the home, which is, I think, is not the same as a demand.
Okay, but they didn't demand that they use your home, correct?
I don't believe so.
Did the police officer, when you declined, say, well, we're coming in anyway?
No, he did not.
Did he make any indication to you that the police were going to forcibly enter your home despite your denial of their requests to use their home? Use your home?
Sorry, can you restate that?
Did the police make any indication to you that they intended to enter your home despite your denial of their request?
No, I never thought that they would break in my home.
Okay. When they were breaking into your home, did any of them say anything that would make you indicate that they were breaking in so that they could make use of your home for a tactical advantage?
Their prior phone call indicated that to me. While the officers were in my home after they broke the door down, I don't believe they ever said anything similar to the prior conversation that I had.
Was any of your motivation in not allowing police officers to use your home was because it might not be beneficial to Philip?
No, that was never my reason. I wanted to stay in my home. Well, I probably would have preferred hanging out with my dad, but it didn't seem likely that I could cross the street.
Do you know exactly how many times you actually talked to Philip White that day?
I would estimate 2 that
It could have been more.
I'd have to check the phone records, but I remember calling without getting a hold of him other times.
What other information did you, prior you testified that you said in general, police can't go in your house without a warrant or exigent circumstances. Is that correct? You've testified to that today?
I
That
told them when?
You told Philip generally that police can't enter your home without a warrant.
Well, I said generally police can't enter homes without exigent circumstances or a warrant.
You're right. Yeah, so you testified before, generally police can't enter homes without having a warrant or exigent circumstances, correct?
Yes.
What other information regarding civil rights or policing did you give to Philip that day?
I think that was it.
Did you tell him that officers pulled a tree out of his yard?
I did. I did.
What did you tell him about that?
I said that SWAT pulled a tree out of your yard. I don't think I specified which tree. And then I remember him saying, "Why would they hurt a tree?"
What else did you tell him that police officers did that day, either to his home or were doing outside of his home?
On the day of the incident or
Correct.
since the incident?
No, prior to police entering your home.
So prior to police breaking down my door without a warrant, I had spoken to Philip, and I think that's all I told him about police activity.
Did you tell him there were a lot of officers outside his house?
I don't think I did.
Did you tell him an estimate of how many officers were outside his house?
I don't think I did.
Did you say that there were officers outside your house?
I don't think there were at the time of my phone call, so I wouldn't have said that.
Okay. Did you tell him that there had been officers outside your house?
No, I don't think so.
Did you tell him that officers were pointing weapons at you?
No, I don't think so.
Did you tell him that officers were pointing weapons at his home?
I don't know. I don't think I did.
Did you tell him that officers were trying to speak to him over a loudspeaker?
No, I don't think so. I may have mentioned the sirens.
You may have, or you did mention the sirens.
I'm not sure.
So as you sit here today, do you remember whether you told him about the sirens or not?
If I told it to him, it would have been that there were sirens on when I woke up, and that's what woke me up.
But you don't know whether you actually told him that or not?
I don't.
That first conversation you had with Philip, how long was it?
I don't remember. Probably a minute or less.
Did he ask you any questions about what was going on?
No, I asked him questions about what was going on and why there was a police siren outside. Again, I don't know if I mentioned police siren, but I was the one asking him why cops were outside.
In any of your conversations that you had with Philip White that day prior to police entering your home, did he ask you what was going on outside?
I don't think so.
Why did you feel like you needed to tell Philip that you called the news media?
Because of the way police were acting.
And what did you tell him about the way that police were acting that made you want to call the news media?
So I think this occurred after the police asked to occupy my home and pointed their rifle at my dad while he was taking pictures. And I thought that Philip would feel better about the situation if he knew the news was on the street, because I knew I would feel better about the situation had the news been on the street.
Do you tell him, I called the news media because...
I didn't give a reason. And I think I left that on a, I think I left that on a voicemail. I'm not sure that I gave his number to the news media, because the news media said they couldn't get a hold of him.
But you didn't tell him why you called the news media?
I didn't give a reason.
Might that be confusing to him if you didn't give him a reason why you were calling media?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think he was. I think he didn't ask because he knew the police, or he felt the police weren't obeying the laws that day. But that's my speculation.
Did you ever tell him that you didn't believe police were obeying the laws?
No, I don't think I did.
Did you think it was implied that you calling the media meant you didn't think the police were obeying the laws?
I don't think that's implied.
You did call Philip back and tell him that you gave the media his number, correct?
Sorry, can you ask the question again?
You called Philip at one point in time and told him, I gave the media your phone number.
Yes.
Okay. And
Well,
why did you
I
call?
told it to him or to a voice message, but it was at his phone number.
And why did you want him to know that?
Well, I thought that if he spoke to the news media, the situation would be de-escalated rather than escalated.
And at that point in time, did you tell him why you were calling the media?
Well, no, I'm not sure I spoke to him or left a message, but I didn't talk to him any further about news media.
If you look at that exhibit again, on Exhibit E, on page 6, on line 24, if you'll read along with me. At about 11:44 a.m., I received a call from Ashley with Fox 5. I discussed with her how the police were violating everyone's rights on the streets. Did I read that accurately?
Yes, you read that accurately.
Apart from Philip's rights, and your rights, and Michael's and Linda's rights, what rights of others were police violating?
Well, I hear now, since the incident, that Orlena and Trent and 365 and the 365 Evening Side and the neighbor 364 Evening Side next to Michael, my dad, that they were asked to evacuate after my door had been broken down without a warrant, and that so they complied, as far as I know, but I'm not sure.
But you didn't know that before police went into your home, correct?
Well, no, those residents were still in their homes at that time.
How do you know that they were still in their homes? Is it just after the fact?
Well, yeah, the timeline of photos taken from 366 Evening Side shows that the neighbor's garage was up after I was out of my house.
Okay, but that's all stuff you learned after the fact, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At this time that you talked with Ashley at Fox 5, what of your rights did you think were violated by police?
On the day or since then?
No, at the time you called, because you told Ashley police are violating everyone's rights on the streets. What rights did you believe were violated at that point in time?
Well, I thought they were attempting to violate my Third Amendment by occupying my home. But that's why I mentioned the North and the South and the Civil War.
So the question is not what rights you thought they were attempting, what rights did you believe they violated at the time you called Ashley?
I'm not sure.
Did you do any, prior to police entering into your home, did you do any investigation as to why police decided to uproot the tree?
No.
Have you done any investigation into why you believe, or why they uprooted the tree after?
Well, I did see them pull up where the tree was. I pulled their SWAT vehicle up. That's all I saw was that they removed a tree and then parked in place or right to the side of where the tree was. So that's to move their vehicle would be my.
Right. So there could have at least been an explanation as to why they uprooted the tree to park their car there.
I'm not sure if they had an explanation.
Did you send any text messages that day?
I don't think so.
Do you still have the cell phone you owned on that day and were using?
No.
Where is it?
Well, it was an iPhone 3. It may have broken. I had it for, I'd say, at least a year after that.
Did you delete anything off of it that was related to the incident?
No.
Let's talk about the first time that somebody pointed a weapon at you. Could you tell what agency the officer was from?
I believed it to be North Las Vegas SWAT.
And why did you believe that?
The truck they were standing next to was a different color than the first truck, and I think it said North Las Vegas on it.
And on how many occasions did this individual point? Well, let me back up. Did you only observe one individual pointing a gun at you that day?
I believe it was the same individual every time.
And on how many occasions did that individual point a gun at you?
I don't know.
Did you take photographs of any times that the individual was pointing a gun at you?
Yes.
And those have been disclosed in the litigation, correct?
Yes.
Did you make eye contact with the individual?
He was 40 to 60 feet away. So I don't think I could make out his eyes.
Was he? Oh, go ahead.
But I was looking down the barrel of his gun, so and his eye was behind the barrel, so he may have seen my eyes while he was looking at me through through the sights on the rifle.
Was he holding the gun with both hands?
At times, he was. But eventually he set it on his shield and only used one hand.
Okay. How did you know he was pointing it at you, apart from your visual observation of the gun being pointed in your general direction?
Well, I could see down the barrel. I could see that the gun is long and straight, and then when it's like this, and then when it's turned sideways, it's now a narrow object pointed toward you. And so I could make out that the barrel was pointed at me. Also, when I walked to my window and then left, the barrel would follow.
And you said it made you nervous that they were pointing a gun at you, correct?
Yes.
Why would you flip someone off if you're scared?
Well, I was still inside my home and hadn't violated any laws, and I'm not sure why I flipped him off. I didn't think he would shoot me, but then when they broke down my door, that thought probably changed.
Okay. So you clearly didn't think that the officer was going to intentionally shoot you, correct?
That thought was in my mind, which is why I grabbed a bulletproof vest eventually, with him following me in his sights. Well, I didn't know if it would be intentional or accidental, and but I was worried about being shot. And despite his intentions, when you point a loaded gun at somebody, it can go off.
Okay. So you just, I believe you just testified. Well, I guess I'm confused, because if you're really scared about somebody intentionally shooting you, flipping them off doesn't seem like a natural thing to de-escalate the situation. So were you really scared that he was going to intentionally shoot you, or were you really just scared that that he might accidentally discharge his firearm in your direction?
I don't know the exact way I weighed that out in my mind, but I was worried about being shot.
We're on Exhibit
L.
Are we? All right. I've handed you what's been marked as Exhibit L. It's a police report from the City of North Las Vegas, disclosed by the City of North Las Vegas. I'm going to read some parts of the report that seem to conflict with your testimony today, and then ask you some questions. So if you'll turn to page 2 of the report. Six paragraphs down, starts Officers Albers, SNYDER, Rockwell, Sergeant Waller, and myself. Do you see that paragraph?
Yes.
Okay. And it says, Officers Albers, SNYDER, Rockwell, Sergeant Waller, and myself walked towards the front door of 367 Eveningside. Officer Albers saw Mitchell through the garage window. Did I read that accurately?
You read that accurately?
Did you see these officers approaching your home through the garage window?
No.
So you dispute the accuracy of that statement?
Yes.
The next line says, Officer Albers ordered Mitchell to go to the front door 3 times. Did an officer order you 3 times to go to your front door?
No.
So you dispute the accuracy of that statement?
Yes.
When we arrived at the front door, Officer Rockwell knocked on the front door 3 times. Did officers knock on your door 3 times?
That may be accurate. I believe it was
Okay.
shortly before the ram hit the door.
Okay. Did they knock on your door 3 separate times? Separated by a period of time with no knocking?
Sorry, I lost my place.
Oh, we're just on the 3rd line down. So the question was, you can interpret that line in 2 ways. They did 3 knocks simultaneously, or they did 3 sets of knocks separated by a period of time.
Right, it was 3 knocks simultaneously.
Okay. So do you dispute that if someone alleged that there were 3 separate sets of knocks, you would dispute that?
Yes.
There was no response from inside the residence. Officer Snyder announced, "Open the door," twice, and there was still no response. Did an officer say, "Open the door," twice?
No. Maybe 2 officers said open the door at the same time.
So, again, with the knocking, do you dispute that there was 2 separate times someone said, "Open the door," separated by a period of time?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony today is that it was a matter of just 1 or 2 seconds from the time that officers first banged on the door to the time they rammed open the door. Correct?
You said a matter of seconds between the time they knocked and the time they rammed in the door?
Right.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Okay, so you did hear someone say, "Open the door."
No, well, I said they may have said open the door, but I remember them saying resident 367 come to the door immediately after the knock, and then the ram hit the door.
Okay. So 2 seconds is a really short period of time. And so, I mean, just by me knocking, resident 367, open your door, that's when the battering ram. I mean, that's literally how long you're saying it took.
Yeah,
So
I honestly think the ram was back. They said it, and it came forward.
Okay, so literally no space of time between the knock, the announcement, and the battering ram.
I wouldn't say no space of time, but it was very short.
Yeah, I mean, you can't literally have no space of time, obviously.
Okay.
But an almost immeasurable amount of time between the two.
You say immeasurable?
Immeasurable.
Well, depending on the device you have, I think it would be measurable.
We're getting too technical. I'll keep going. And then you also testified that it was a matter of 1 or 2 seconds, I believe, from the time the door was opened and you were shot with pepper balls. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was very short also.
Okay. And you did hear, prior to being shot with pepper balls, conflicting orders from officers, correct? Or what you allege are conflicting orders. Get on the ground, drop your cell phone, crawl toward me.
Yes.
You heard all 3 of those prior to being shot with pepper balls?
I believe so.
Okay. And so if it's a matter of seconds, again, me saying drop your phone is 1 second, and then it's your assertion that almost immediately afterward, pepper balls are shot.
Yes, but all 3 of those commands you just mentioned were yelled out all at once, but within the same time period. So only seconds after that, and then I was shot with pepper balls.
Okay. So in between the time that someone knocks on your door and you're shot with pepper balls, you're talking about 5 seconds, 6 seconds?
Maybe.
Could it be longer?
Maybe in a matter of seconds. I mean, it could be 7 seconds.
But not like 20 seconds?
No.
Not even 10 seconds?
I mean, that's close to 7,
Okay. But not 20?
not 20.
Okay. If you'll turn to Exhibit E. Which is your answers to North Las Vegas's interrogatories. page 7. Okay, so I'm going to start on line 9. Within seconds there, if you could follow along and tell me if I read accurately. Within seconds thereafter, there was a loud banging at my front door, accompanied with the words, "Resident 367, come to the door," or something to that effect. Immediately, I called my parents' house phone, and my mother answered. I exclaimed that the police were beating at my door. Did I read that accurately?
Yes.
Okay, the testimony I heard today sounds different from what's in here. Because the testimony I heard today indicates that you were already on the phone with your mom when the banging happened, but this verified statement says that you called your parents immediately after the banging on the front door. Which is it?
I'm not sure how I make this out. I heard banging in front of my home, like a concussion grenade, or banging on the side of it, and then I called my mom, and then there was banging on my door while I was on the phone with her.
Okay.
So I think I mentioned that earlier.
Okay, so there was a banging at your front door and on your front door, and you're distinguishing between the two.
No, like banging, I don't know, in front of the garage, maybe, or on the side of the house. Not at the front door, because when I was in my kitchen, I could view out the window, and I knew that nobody was at my door when I heard this banging. And then I placed a call, and then there was a bang on my front door.
Okay, so why would you describe this loud banging at your front door? I mean, I'm confused what you're talking about, because if it's the concussion grenade, why are you saying it's at your front door? But if it's the knocking, then why are you saying that you hadn't called your mom yet? Can you help me understand this statement?
I mean, there's a lot that occurred that day, and a lot that were translated between me and my attorney. But the order that it happened was that there was banging on my house, and then I placed a call out of concern to speak with my father, but my mother ended up answering. And then there were police at my door, unless I'm remembering it inaccurately, and I called her after they were at the door, but I think it's in the order I'm testifying to today.
Okay. So this might need some clarification.
I hope we clarified it just now.
Okay. And the reason I question is because it makes a difference, because it takes time to dial your mom, to wait for a ring, to answer and say, "Hey, this is Tony." So it's important, the timing of it. Do you understand why that would be important?
Yeah, I see how that would be important, but I don't think she took a long... Sorry, there was a noise. I don't think she took very long to answer the phone, because at this time I didn't know. She didn't tell me on the phone, but I've come to find out that she was by herself in the home, worried about her husband at that time, so she picked up right away.
Okay. Are you aware that your mom has said that she heard you say, "There's police banging at my door"?
I don't know if she... You asked if I know that she testified to that?
If she has said that.
I don't know. She probably would have, because if I placed the call before the cops were at my door, and then once they were at my door, I think I may have yelled that out as they were beating on the door.
Okay. So, did you tell your mother that the police were banging on your door?
I'm not sure if I used those words or just said the police are outside my house.
Okay, but you did tell her something to the effect that the police are around my home, at my door, somewhere in the vicinity.
Yes.
And was that before they knocked on the door that you told her that?
I'm not sure.
How long between the time that you heard the concussion grenade and the bang on your door?
Seconds.
How many seconds? 10, less than 10?
Yeah, less than 10. I was going to estimate the number less than 10, but
Is it your testimony that well, when officers knocked on your door, you didn't respond to the officers verbally, correct?
correct.
And is your assertion you didn't respond verbally because you didn't have time to?
That may have been a factor, but I think it was the shock of the situation. I was on my phone. I was looking where my dog was when they were beating in the door, and I didn't think about it. I didn't feel it was safe to run over to the door. So
Wouldn't it be possible for you to drop to the ground, drop your cell phone, and start crawling towards the door?
that is possible to do physically.
Okay. Why didn't you do any of those when police told you to?
I didn't make out. I could say that I heard some of what they were saying. I didn't know what to do first to avoid getting shot with AR-15s that were pointed at me.
So you decided not to do any of those things?
Well, I wasn't being shot as I currently stood, so if I made any motion, it could be worse.
How many times were you shot while you were standing?
I estimate 1 or 3. I didn't know how many times until later we collected the pepper ball rounds off of my floor.
The report states that you continued to talk on your phone even after you got on the ground. Do you dispute that?
Yes, when I was on the ground, I didn't have my cell phone.
Did you witness officers shoot your dog with pepper balls?
I didn't witness it. I mean, I didn't visually see it, but I heard my dog yelp and run out of the house. And I believe she had some residue on her.
Okay. We're going to have to switch tapes.
The time is now 4:48 p.m. We are off the record. The time is now 4:57 p.m. We are back on the record.
All right. So before we left, we were talking about your dog, and you testified that you did not witness your dog actually being shot by pepper balls, correct?
I'm going to object as Mr. testimony. He said he didn't see it visually. He didn't say that he didn't witness it.
Okay. Either way, did you see your dog get shot with pepper balls?
I did not see.
Okay. Did you see officers shooting pepper balls in your dog's direction?
No, I felt them shooting me with what I later found out were pepper balls. And my dog was hiding behind me when they broke in the door, or to the side of me. And then she yelped and secreted anal gland on the carpet, which is a brown stain.
Is that a fancy word for feces?
No.
Is that something different?
Dogs have anal glands. From my understanding, they actually need to be drained on a regular basis. And they're what the animal releases when it feels threatened.
Okay. And how could you tell that the secretion was an anal gland secretion?
She had secreted anal gland before when she was scared. Like if you ran in the room in a costume or something. I can't remember if that was the specific event, but she had released it before, and I knew what it smelled like. I didn't know if the color would be brown, but there was this wet stain in the middle of a floor, and I guess I'm assuming that it was an anal gland secretion.
Was there any physical evidence on the dog that would seem to indicate that she was shot with pepper balls?
I believe she had pepper ball residue in her fur, but I don't remember vividly that.
Did you take her to the vet after that?
She's been to the vet since then.
I guess as a result of that incident, did you take her to get checked out by a vet?
No.
Any permanent injuries that Sam sustained?
No. I mean, not that I'm aware of. Maybe she's psychologically different from the event also.
How much time passed between your being shot with the first pepper ball and your realizing that you were not shot with bullets?
When I would say I really thought about it in those terms when I was on the porch with my face against the stucco. But it makes sense looking back at it that when I placed my hands behind my back, laying face down on the floor before the officers came in and jumped on my back, that some part of my consciousness realized it at that moment, but I didn't sit and like think about how lucky I wasn't shot with one of their AR-15s until I was on the porch.
How many officers entered your home?
I think there were 5 total, but they entered at different times.
And what jurisdiction were they from?
I believe they were from North Las Vegas.
And how do you know that?
The color of Henderson SWAT was a sort of green khaki uniform, and North Las Vegas SWAT appeared in a dark blue, maybe even black uniform.
Were there any Henderson officers in that group that entered your home?
Oh, I don't believe so.
When they entered your home, did you see that there were some officers that were holding, or at least one officer that was wielding a non-lethal weapon?
I didn't recognize that when they opened the door. Sorry, I said when they opened the door. I meant when they smashed in the door.
Okay, I'm going to go back to Exhibit L, which is the North Las Vegas Police Report, if you wouldn't mind. Turning to page 2 again. So, we're going to read in that same paragraph, that 6th paragraph. About 5 lines down, it says, Officer SNYDER ordered Mitchell to get on the ground. Do you see that?
No, I'm sorry, where is this?
So the largest paragraph, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines down. Officer SNYDER ordered Mitchell to get on the ground.
I see the paragraph. Is it in the center of the paragraph?
It's in the middle, 6 lines down. Sorry, 6th paragraph, 6 lines in.
No, I still haven't found it. I just put my finger on it.
That's the correct paragraph.
Okay.
Officer SNYDER ordered Mitchell to get on the ground.
I still don't see the lines, but I believe that they're there.
Well,
Without me marking the exhibit. See what that is.
Officer Snyder. Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
see that now? Okay, so I'm going to read, and read along with me if you would. Officer Snyder ordered Mitchell to get to the ground. Mitchell continued to talk on his cell phone. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you read that correctly.
Did you continue to talk on a cell phone when an officer told you to get on the ground?
Well, there were 3 different orders in the air by the officers, and I stayed as I was when they came in, which was with my arm up, and then they shot me underneath the arm here.
Next line. Officer Snyder again ordered Mitchell to get on the ground and drop the cell phone. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, but there wasn't the next. Oh yeah, because Mitchell continued to talk on his cell phone.
And the question was, did I read that accurately?
Yes.
So this sentence seems to indicate that there were 2 separate statements ordering you to get on the ground. Do you dispute the accuracy of that statement?
Yes, I don't. Yeah, I don't think that happened.
Next, Mitchell got down on the ground and continued to talk on his cell phone. Did I read that accurately?
I'm going to keep my place now.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, you read that accurately.
Did you keep talking on the cell phone when you were on the ground?
No, the cell phone was in front of me. No, I no longer had it in my hand.
Were you still attempting to talk to your mother even though it wasn't in your hand?
No, I don't think I was.
Mitchell turned away from officers and we could not see his hands. Officer Snyder ordered Mitchell to crawl to the front door and drop the cell phone. Mitchell refused and was still turned away from officers. Do you dispute that statement?
Well, yes, there's 2 things wrong with that. After they shot me on the ground, I had my hands clasped behind my head with my back facing them to prevent further harm. And also, I had already dropped the cell phone on the ground, and now they're suggesting that I should crawl toward them and drop the cell phone.
How much time elapsed between the time you were first shot with the pepper ball and the time you were shot with the last pepper ball?
Less than 10 seconds.
And what happened in that 10 seconds?
So my front door was smashed in.
I just want you to start with the first time you were shot with the pepper ball.
Leave out the orders from. I won't ask you a question.
Because I've already heard about the battering ram, whatever. I'm only
Okay.
interested, first shot with pepper ball, last shot with pepper ball. What happened?
So the 3 officers that broke in the door yelled multiple orders at the same time. Then I was shot under the arm. I know I was shot under the arm at that moment because my arm was elevated holding my phone. I'm not sure if other shots hit me. Just then I fell to the ground. My dog squealed and ran out the doggy door. Then at some point I was shot again while laying on the floor. And then I covered my head and curled up with my back facing them and the back of my head facing them with my hands right here. Then officers... Do you want me to keep...
Were you shot? No more pepper balls after that?
No, there were 2 rounds of pepper balls when I was standing, and then when I was on the ground, and that was
Okay.
it.
Any other instructions from police between the time you got hit with the first pepper ball and the last pepper ball?
Oh, I think they yelled "crawl out" to us before shooting me a second time.
And why didn't you crawl out to them?
Well, at that time, I know what I think now of it. I'm not sure what I thought at that time.
I'm sorry, what?
Um,
Sorry, I thought you had more to say.
oh no, I was.
Well, the question was, why didn't you crawl to them?
Okay, so I didn't crawl to them because they broke in my door without a warrant, and I felt safer inside my home than outside my home.
At some point in time, you alleged that police moved your couch to block your dog outside. How do you know officers moved your couch?
Well, I guess it's an assumption, because as I was on the porch, before I walked up the street, the couch was carried. I remember seeing them pick up the couch. They struggled with it because it was a recliner, and carried it and set it in front of the doggy door.
And was it the same officers that went into your home that carried the couch? Or a different set of officers?
The same officers.
Okay. Did they tell you why they were moving your couch?
No.
Did they ever say they were moving the couch so your dog couldn't get back into the home?
No.
When officers placed their knees on your back, did they tell you that they were arresting you?
No.
So the last line of that same paragraph says, I told Mitchell he was under arrest for obstructing a police officer. Do you dispute that you were told that?
Yes. That appears to be a lie to me, because when I was in the squad car, I was still asking why I was being arrested on the video that we can see.
In your interrogatories, you say that as your face was being pressed against the stucco, the officer was pressing all of his weight against you. Why did you say that?
Well, it felt like a lot of weight. I can't say it was all of his weight because he was still standing. But I would say that he was leaning his weight against me, or pushing his weight against me.
Did you witness officers moving any other objects in your home apart from your couch?
I think they moved the coffee table over. I'm not sure.
You're not sure if they moved the coffee table?
Not as I sit here today.
Did you see them opening cupboards or doors?
No, the kitchen was around the corner from the front door. Like, so here's the front, and then there's another wall with the kitchen window, and I mean the door's right here. So
You couldn't visualize
I couldn't
it?
visually see the kitchen from the front porch.
Okay. Did you own a drum magazine at the time?
I believe so, for an AR-15.
Okay. And was it loaded when officers entered your home?
I don't know. I had some loaded magazines. I don't know if I kept them in there. That one has a bad spring, drums in general. So if you keep it loaded, the spring goes bad. But I'm not sure if I had it loaded.
Did you have a banana clip for an assault rifle that was loaded in your home at the time officers entered your house?
The magazines may have been loaded, but I didn't have any loaded rifles at the time.
Did you have any loose rounds laying next to the banana clip?
No, I had boxes of ammo, or like bins of ammo, but I wouldn't have had any loose on the floor.
Officers say that they found a ballistic vest with a handgun and a taser attached to it. Is that accurate?
Officer
Yes.
speculation.
Yes, I believe I had a taser and a pistol in it was an armor carrier that I think at the time said media, because I had photograph. Well, I certainly didn't bring the gun and taser with me when I was filming, but I had gone out filming before different events. I don't know how to say it. It was one, maybe two times that I went out and observed police interaction filming. It was an officer that was shot. It was while I was doing bail enforcement, but I had a different patch that I would wear.
Okay. Tell me more about this. You were filming police activity in other events, or?
It was police activity that I was filming. It was actually, I had a clip of a police officer being loaded into an ambulance, and the news. It was a different business to be in, filming rather than pursuing criminals, and I remember the media offered me a credit to have the video, but I thought if this was to be a business, I would sell them the video. So they ended up not having the video, so I didn't have a credit that was worth announcing.
So, was this something you were seeking for money to go out and take videos to sell to media?
And I may be wrong about the timeline. I may have done this after the incident, filming events, because it seems like a reduction from bail enforcement. But I remember the armor carrier specifically. And
Do you have any of those videos still in your possession?
no, it was on an old camera about that size.
Do you remember doing any of these films prior to the incident?
I can't say 100% that it was before or after, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Were any of the pictures or the videos that you took on the date of the incident, were you hoping to sell any of those to media?
I would have given those to the media without compensation or a credit.
Did they ever ask for them?
No, they asked to do an interview with me.
This vest that was in your home that had a handgun on it, was it a semi-automatic handgun?
Yes.
When did you put the semi-automatic handgun on the vest?
That was just where I kept it. So it would have been the last time that I did bail enforcement, which then I would have had the gun on my hip. And then when I get home, I put it in the vest.
Do you store that vest on your bed usually?
No.
Why was it on your bed on that date?
So that's an external armor carrier that you put Kevlar into. And when I put my Kevlar vest on, I grabbed it out of that armor carrier and then put it on. Well, you first have to slide it back in its normal carrier and then Velcro it on.
So that's where you store that semi-automatic handgun?
I store it on the armor carrier that
Was
was next to the taser.
Was it loaded?
Yes.
When did you load that handgun?
It's stayed loaded from the day after I got it until today.
And the taser was attached to the vest as well?
Yes.
And why was the taser attached to the vest on that day?
Well, it was just part of the accessories of the vest. There may have been handcuffs on it also, or pepper spray, but those were the tools needed to do bail enforcement.
Did you touch any of your firearms that day?
No.
Did you touch any ammunition that day?
No.
Did you touch any of your magazines that day?
No.
Apart from your door, did officers damage your home in any way?
Well, apart from the door, there was also pepper ball rounds in the carpet and the screen on the kitchen window torn off.
And how did you repair those?
Well, the screen, I don't know that it ever got repaired. I think it was just removed. My father repaired the front door, and he may have worked with Richard Baker to do it, or done it by himself. And the carpet was vacuumed up. My dad put a hose on a vacuum and set the vacuum outside of the house. And but even that, when you drag the hose, the suction hose across the carpet, it just flies up in your face.
Did you ask Mr. Baker if he would cover the costs of repairing your door as a rental?
No.
After you were released by the SWAT team that entered your home into Henderson custody, did you ever have any other interaction with any SWAT officers?
I'm sorry, after what time?
After, my understanding is that whoever arrested you, whatever SWAT officer was holding you, took you out to the sidewalk and released you into the custody of a Henderson official. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And after you were released into the custody of a Henderson official, did you have any other interactions with any SWAT officers?
I spoke to an officer that said that he was a commanding officer. I don't know if he was the commander of the patrol or of SWAT or with everybody.
Okay. Anybody else that might have been from SWAT?
I don't think so.
M?
Yeah, Medicine Mary.
Do I take that one, right?
You will, yeah.
Oh. So I've handed you what's been marked as Exhibit M. Have you seen that photograph before?
Yes.
What is that a photograph of?
It's a photograph of 6 rifles and an ammo can.
Okay. And is that the condition those rifles were in and the ammo can at the time police entered your home on the date?
Yes, but the door was closed.
Okay. Was this picture taken by you?
I took one, and then I believe Henderson or North Las Vegas took one also, so I'm not sure.
And you've testified about all of these rifles today on the record?
I don't think I mentioned that shotgun.
Okay, and you're pointing to the longest black gun on the left side of the picture?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
That's a single shot 12 gauge. I think that may have been my first gun.
Were any of these guns loaded as they sat here in this condition?
No.
Okay. Do you believe you were in solitary confinement at the Henderson jail?
Yeah, that's what I would call it.
Okay. And what do you define as solitary confinement?
Being separated and not allowed to move. So solitary would mean by yourself, and confinement would be confined, held in an area. So held in an area by myself.
But they did give you food.
They did.
And they did allow you to call multiple people, correct?
Yes.
Did they tell you you couldn't have visitors?
I did not ask.
Did they tell you you couldn't have visitors?
No.
What rights do you believe the city of North Las Vegas violated on that date of the incident?
Well, I could reference it in the complaint here. The violations on that day. I thought that they were just arresting me without a legal reason to do it.
Okay. The last thing I'm going to do is go through your complaint, so we'll do that in a second. Apart from Fox 5, have you ever talked to any media outlets regarding the incident?
No.
Do you disagree with the assertion that you were distracting law enforcement from performing their duties that day?
Yes, I would disagree with that.
Have you heard of the term punitive damages?
Yes.
What's your understanding of what punitive damages are?
Punitive damages are to punish the wrongdoers so that they don't do it to anyone else.
What of the city of North Las Vegas's actions do you believe entitle you to punitive damages?
Breaking down my door without a warrant and shooting me with pepper balls, shooting my dog with pepper balls, aiming their gun at me before they broke in. And I think the charge was from Henderson, not North Las Vegas, but I was going to add charging me to deter me from civilly filing this lawsuit.
Anything else specific to North Las Vegas you believe that entitles you to punitive damages?
I'm not sure.
Any of these actions that you talked about, do you believe any of them North Las Vegas did with the intent, specific intent to hurt you?
Yes.
All of them? Some of them?
The ones that hurt me,
That actually hurt you?
or the ones that aided them in hurting me.
Okay. So you could exclude pointing a rifle at you as something that was specifically intended to harm you?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion, but go ahead and answer.
I'm not sure.
N as in Nancy.
All right, so you've been handed what's been labeled Exhibit N, which is the first amended complaint in this action, which I understand is the operative complaint. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about some of the claims for relief in here. All right, let's start with page 34. On 34 at the title, at the top it says 10th claim for relief, violation of civil rights under 42 U.S.C. 1983, custom policy and practice, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
On line 6 under paragraph 180, prior to the events of June 10th, 2011, the HPD, the City of Henderson, the NLVPD, meaning North Las Vegas Police Department, and the City of North Las Vegas developed and maintained policies and or customs exhibiting deliberate indifference to the constitutional rights of United States citizens, which caused the violation of plaintiffs' rights. Did I read that accurately?
Yes, you did.
What evidence do you have that either North Las Vegas Police Department or the City of North Las Vegas developed and maintained policies and or customs as explained in that paragraph?
I believe I read in an internal report. No, that was involving punishment. I'm not sure.
Any evidence that you can point to today about developing and maintaining such policies?
Well, sure. The officers broke in my door without a warrant and shot me with pepper balls, and then weren't disciplined after. So that, to me, leads me to believe that they weren't violating North Las Vegas policy.
Okay. But do you have evidence of a policy from North Las Vegas of allowing officers to exhibit deliberate indifference to constitutional rights?
Well, yeah, I think I said that, but let me sort of add to that. If they broke down my door and then weren't punished, then they must have a policy that allows them to break down the door, or the officers were violating the policy. I mean, that's the conclusion I draw.
Okay. But you can't point to any codified policy.
I'm not sure right now.
Okay. Do you have any? Oh, okay. Do you have any evidence that either an actual or de facto policy from the North Las Vegas Police Department or City of North Las Vegas actually caused the officers to act in the way they did that day?
I'm not sure what de facto means.
Okay, well, it's in your complaint.
I drafted the complaint with the aid of an attorney. I can give my best guess as to what de facto means.
Please do.
Which paragraph are we on?
180 and 181. So the question was, what evidence do you have of an actual policy or a de facto policy from North Las Vegas or from the City of North Las Vegas or North Las Vegas Police Department that actually caused the officers to act in the way that they did that day?
And I'm going to object at this point. He can't answer the question if he doesn't know the definition of de facto.
Okay. Yeah, but okay, you can go ahead, though.
I'm not sure at this time what specific policy.
On 37, there's an 11th claim for relief. Is conspiracy still in, or is that out?
The 11th was dismissed.
It's
Okay.
dismissed.
And I assume the 12th was as well? Okay. State claims are still in? Assault, battery?
Most of them. The NIED is gone.
Okay. So we'll go to 39 instead.
Page 39?
Yes. It's the 13th claim for relief, assault. You don't contend that the City of North Las Vegas as an entity assaulted you, correct?
I believe that North Las Vegas employees assaulted me.
Okay, and that would be the same for battery, false arrest, and imprisonment. The city didn't commit those. Employees of the city committed those.
Well, the imprisonment was another city.
Oh, right. So just the battery. It would apply to the battery as well. North Las Vegas didn't batter you. Employees of North Las Vegas did. It sounds weird, but you're not saying that the North Las Vegas, the entity, battered you.
Well, there's a corporation, and then there's its employees, and I would say that the corporate owners, the shareholders, if there are in North Las Vegas, didn't assault me, but
Okay.
the employees that generate revenue for that corporation assaulted me.
How do police officers generate revenue for the City of North Las Vegas?
Tickets, fines, fees, arrests.
Did they make money off arresting you, do you think?
No, I was ultimately transferred to Henderson jail.
What evidence do you have that the City of North Las Vegas negligently hired, retained, supervised, or trained its police officers?
There was, I'm not sure if there was an internal investigation into North Las Vegas, but to my knowledge, no officer was punished as a result of them breaking in my door and shooting me with pepper balls without a warrant.
Okay. The negligent hiring, retention, supervision, and training indicates that there was
Negligent hiring.
retention, supervision, and training indicates that there was a problem with North Las Vegas prior to the incident and how they handled these employees. Do you have any evidence of the North Las Vegas doing anything wrong with respect to hiring, retaining, supervising, or training these employees?
Well, as I sit here today, I can guess that if their training involved breaking into homes without a warrant or exigent circumstances, that their training wasn't proper.
Okay, but you're just guessing. I mean, you don't know anything about their training or with respect to that.
The only thing I know is that Henderson and North Las Vegas attend the same academy.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any other questions.
Nothing from me.
This concludes the video deposition of Anthony Michael Mitchell, consisting of 4 discs. The time is now 4:35 p.m. 5:35 p.m. We are off the record.